So you'll notice how our team works with one another constantly. Glassmaking is all teamwork. It is possible to work by yourself, but you're limited to the scale and complexity. And at this scale, we really do want extra pair of hands. We'll notice that on this end, we are blowing air through the blowpipe. We blow about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle, but it will vary. All those keywords coming from the center of our studio. Now, our visiting artist, Erika Tada, is standing by just helping and assisting. She's going to allow our hot shop team to translate all of her ideas, but she will closely communicate with the gentleman that is sitting down. Now, this is Gabe. He's part of our full-time staff at the museum, and Gabe today is the gaffer. The gaffer is the term that we use for the person that is creating the piece itself. So our gaffer, Gabe, will communicate very closely with our visiting artist about maybe the scale that we want our piece to be in any exact measurements. So at this moment, we're creating a jack line. The jack line is what we call the break-off section. So this is how we separate will be our usable vessel, so our glass, from the steel rod. And this technique or move always occurs very early in the process before we have a defined shape. That's over 25 years of working with glass experience. You notice a lot of these moves look very smooth. It's because this team has trained for a very long time. So what are the paddles made out of? So the paddles are made out of fruit wood. We prefer fruit wood like cherry wood, which contains more moisture, and they will last longer. Now, our mass is radiating a lot of heat right now, so Erika's shielding our gaffer, Gabe, from the radiating heat coming from the glass. Gabe is also wearing a metal sleeve made out of Kevlar to add another protective barrier, but preferably we use wooden paddles to shield. Hot air rises, so when our hand is above the glass is when we're exposed to the majority of the heat. Let's not forget that our glass is being reheated inside of our chamber. That's approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. That is about 1,300 degrees Celsius. So regardless of the true color of the glass, it's going to look a bright red and orange because of the intense heat we are working with. But as the glass cools down, we will get a taste of the real color. Tomorrow, when the glass is completely cold, then we will see the true color of the glass. Oh, so the mat that they're using here, so it's not asbestos, it's a wet padded newspaper. We prefer to use the Wall Street Journal newspaper, and that's what we're using here. As long as it stays moist, it won't leave any residue behind. We use the Wall Street Journal because it's a great read, but in reality, they use a soy-based ink, which should be less harmful when inhaled. Yes, do we put water on it? Absolutely. We have a bucket of water. We have a little squeezer with water. Welcome to the museum, everyone. We are creating some of these vessels we see here. Our visiting artists will later insert different sculptures on the inside. Now, a shape like this, a spherical shape, they actually tend to be some of the most difficult shapes to make because it's so recognizable. We know what a sphere should look like, so any indents, and if the surface is not continuous, we're just going to notice it right away. So oftentimes the simple shapes like a cone, sphere, and cylinder, although they're really basic shapes, they're so difficult because they're recognizable. I'm going to stay here. I love questions, by the way. So when it gets bigger or larger, someone is blowing air through the blowpipe to expand the bubble. When we're using our wet padded newspaper, we're cooling down certain areas of the bubble we wish to remain thicker. When we blow air, it takes the path of least resistance, so wherever the bubble is hotter is where it will expand. So we can use the steel tables, the newspapers, or steel tools to cool down certain areas of the bubble. Right now, we're waiting for what will be the thick part of the bubble. So we're going to gather a lot of clear glass right now on our left-hand side of the studio. It will become this base that will be placed. And that's being started on our left-hand side, everyone. Very quickly, let's introduce our furnace. Our furnace is holding 1,000 pounds of this Boma glass. This glass has been specifically made for the process we see in front of us, so often glass making. And this glass is coming to us from Europe. I like to say this because it's a lot of glass making information, but our furnace on our right is melting a different type of glass. The glass on our right is made right here in the US of A, in North Carolina, while the glass on the left is made from Europe. They're two completely different styles or recipes of glass, so we need to ensure that we're not contaminating each furnace. So our reheating chamber is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me make the calculations. I believe it's about 1,300 Celsius. Ooh, heating up a graphite pad here. So a graphite paddle or a graphite just paddle here, these steal less heat from the glass. So we prefer to use graphite tools than maybe the steel table we have here and even the back of the steel tools. And we're seeing another collection of glass on our left-hand side by our professional team of glass makers. So right now I want to introduce our members of the Museum of Glass. This includes Courtney Branham in the center. Courtney Branham is playing the role as a pole turner. The pole turner's job is to give the adequate heat to the glass. You'll notice that our gaffer, he's not sitting down right now. It's his job to bring everything together. So he's ensuring that the massive glass that he will place on the bottom is nicely symmetrical. Well, it looks like we're almost ready for this next move. You'll notice that we're never in a rush to complete a technique. A lot of glass making is being patient with the material, ensuring that it's at the right heat. Gabe very quickly scored a bullseye on the bottom. This is just to ensure that our glass will be placed on center. Whenever we add glass to a piece, we like to apply it straight up and down. This ensures that it's going to be placed evenly. All right, everyone, don't try this at home. Again, these are trained professionals. So for the morning half of our demonstration, we're going to be working on these vessels. So we're going to be creating these all morning. And then this afternoon, we're going to switch gears. We're going to work on this project that we have here. So our visiting artist has ceramic decals that are being applied to the glass. These decals are actual photographs that her father took a while back. So she's translating all of this work and applying it to glass. Now these grawls or blanks of cups are warming up inside of our oven right here on our left. It's at almost 300 degrees Fahrenheit. When it's close to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, we can use them and make our pieces out of this glass. And this glass was first made on a Wednesday, and we've been slowly gearing up for this project. So if you have any questions, my name is David. Please feel free to raise your hand or shout my name. Our studio is powered by natural gas and forced air. We have computers regulating the amount of natural gas flowing into our studio. But now that our mass is a lot colder, we're beginning to see the true color of our glass. I believe our glass will be a little brighter when it's cooled down, however. So the team here instructed me to just torch the moil. The moil is where the glass and the rod meet. Now the rod is constantly stealing heat from the glass, so if our vessel is going to break or crack, it's going to start at the rod. So as long as we're maintaining that moil area above 900 degrees, a crack shouldn't form or shouldn't even spread. How we feeling, Gabe? I got you. Question right here, yes. So are we applying more glass or we are annealing it using this oven right here? So the chamber that we have in front of us is called the reheating chamber. It's about 2,300 degrees. We're using this chamber to just prevent the glass from breaking or cracking. Right now, we're waiting for the glass that's on the left, which will be our transfer rod. And we'll introduce our transfer rod here in a second. When we're using our reheating chamber, it gets the whole thing hot. Oftentimes, we don't need the whole thing hot. We only need one certain area of it hot. Like I mentioned earlier, we're just waiting for our punty. The, the punty is how we define our transfer rod. We can also call it the new rod, or I know some glass makers call it the pontil as well. Essentially the new handle. We're going to switch the orientation of our vessel so we can begin to work on the opposite. So where the top will be placed in our vessel. Now this new handle that's applied, this new punty, is only temporary. So there needs to be a weak spot as well in this glass. So now that it's hot, we're squeezing down another jack line, another break-off section. We can apply a little bit of water later on. As of now, let's break it free from the current rod that it has now. So we will apply water to the jack line, our previous jack line, to create the weak spot. With a slight tap, the vibrations will cause the glass to break free at its weakest spot. Notice we're not in a rush to transfer our mass. We're ensuring that Courtney is now stable, that that glass is easier to rotate and maintain control of it. There goes the first drop, and here comes the second. Ooh, what a beautiful transfer. All right, so the team is about to do what I believe is one of the most difficult techniques to learn in glass. Now, this is the centering. It's going to happen in about 10 seconds. That's all it takes. What we're doing here is we're ensuring that the rod and our vessel are turning on the same plane, that we're minimizing the wobble as it rotates. And I believe this is the most difficult thing to learn in glassmaking, personally. And it's a very subtle change. The team has already done centering it, just like that. Now that we've minimized the wobble, let's begin to work on our neck area of our piece. And later on, we will be making a top that will be attached to our piece. Once again, we are also going to be making a sculpture that will be placed on the inside of our vessel on a later date. So everyone, you're more than welcome to roam around the Hot Shop studio. The top balcony is always a fantastic place to view what's going on. When it's slow here in the studio, that's my go-to spot. Now we're getting ready for what I think is the most satisfying part of glass making, which is the thinning procedure. Where we created our first jack line, we've also thickened the glass in that area a lot. So we're going to begin by pulling that thick glass out and then removing it by cutting it right off of the glass. So our hot shop floor, by the end of the day, there will be a lot of thick glass that we've just removed throughout all the pieces that are made. So hand-blown glass always goes through some form of thinning procedure. So we start off by taking these deep heats, ensuring that our whole mass is above 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and then Courtney concentrates the heat right on the very lip, on the very edge where the glass will be trimmed and cut. Well, happy Friday, everyone. Thanks for joining us here today. My name is David. I'm your MC here today. So if you have questions, please raise your hand or shout my name. I'll be right on over. Now that we've thinned out our glass, we're focusing on the very lip area. We're using wooden paddles to ensure that our opening is nice and flat. Our pad that we are using is a wet pad of a newspaper that's been folded up. We can see that as long as it stays wet, it won't leave any markings or residue behind. So a subtle detail that occurred is we applied a little bit of beeswax on our steel tools. This is to prevent any scratching that can occur. Now we've also preheated a soffietto. It's a metal straw with the cone flare. This soffietto gives us the ability to introduce more air into our vessel so we can minimize the tools that go on the inside that can cause scratching or scoring. So Gabe preheated the shoulder area, so this area that we wish to expand a little bit more. The propane torch is about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, and we use it to preheat the area we wish to work on next or manipulate next. When we blow air, it will take the path of least resistance, so wherever the bubble is hotter. Since we preheated that shoulder area, when we blow air, that area should be or should expand. Oh, and we see that shoulder expand. Glass making is all teamwork based. It is possible to work by yourself, but you're very limited to the complexity or size of the piece. So you'll notice that our team continues to go back and refine, refine, refine. If it doesn't look right on the end of the rod, it's not going to look right in our hands. Now, this is one of the highest levels of professional glassmaking, so we take our time when we're completing a sculpture like this. Now, so our gaffer here today, he's been working with glass for over 23 years. Is this the Glassblowers playlist we're listening to? Oh, yeah, so our team always decides whatever they want to listen to that day. Pretty much since working here at the museum, I've learned a lot about different artisans. So these wooden blades that we're using now are minimizing any markings that were left. At this point, our glass is a lot more fragile, so we're always cautious. So I had mentioned this earlier to our audience, but oftentimes when we're making these basic shapes like a sphere, a cone, and a cylinder, they tend to be the most difficult because they're so recognizable. Any bump in our sphere, we will notice right away. So our goal is to make a few of these pieces throughout our morning half of our demonstration. Later on, we are going to switch gears and work on a different project. But the vessels that we're working on now, our visiting artists will cast, I believe, a rabbit that will be placed on the inside of our glass. We're still uncertain if that's exactly what will be placed on the inside, but there will be elements that will be attached. Now our team is getting ready. All right. The next step is the longest step, and it's the annealing cycle. Our annealer that we are going to be using is sitting on our right-hand side with the green number 4. It's sitting at 890 degrees, actually 915 degrees. And this oven will slowly cool overnight. So tomorrow, I would say midday, we can open our annealer and bring out the artwork that was made the previous day. Yesterday, we used the annealer on our left-hand side with the green number 1. Let's find out at what temperature it is right now. Oh, it's at almost at 200 degrees. So in about 2 hours, probably less than that, we can open our annealer and show our audience what was made yesterday. So before lunch, probably during lunch, I'll be taking the stuff out. Our last step that we take is to introduce more heat to our piece. What we're looking for is movement. We want our vessel to begin to move at the punty. What this is telling the glass makers is the glass is simply too hot for a crack to spread it into our vessel. So what Courtney's looking for is when he stops turning, that vessel should begin to move. Once Courtney sees that, it's time to break the piece free. All right, so Gabe's suiting up in a heat protective layer, Kevlar gloves, Kevlar jacket. Want to protect him, of course, from the intense heat that he will face. Again, everything that's made here today will be placed inside of this oven. Right side to doors. Right side to doors. All right, so here we prepare a little bit of water. There goes the first drop. The second drop on the end of the punty. Let's give this whole team a round of applause, everyone. Well, let's get another round of applause for our visiting artist, Erika Tada. Today's the third day of a 5-day residency with her. She will be concluding this residency on Sunday with a lecture given at 2 p.m. Now, we know everyone's busy, but if you can't join us, you can always join us online through the web. Everything we see on the big screen, we will show both on our YouTube channel and website. Oftentimes, we have a lot of colleges that teach glass making checking out our live stream, but you're more than welcome to check it out as well. Ooh, let's find out what's up next, everyone. If you're heading out of here, happy Friday. Enjoy the rest of your day and have a wonderful weekend. If you're joining us, we're going to keep our demonstrations continuing. We have water when you enter the hot shop. It is getting quite hot in here. As long as everyone stays hydrated, we'll make sure to do the same thing down here on our studio. Well, everyone, we just asked for a few minutes to transition over, but we'll jump right back into it. At this moment on our big screen, let's show some artwork of our visiting artist, Erika Tada. Now, we have some examples on our right-hand side as well, but on our big screen, we'll begin to see a little bit more about our visiting artist. Now, our visiting artist has a Master's of Fine Arts from the Rochester Institute of Technology, and she also has a Doctor of Philosophy from the Tokyo University of the Arts. Right now, she is an instructor and teacher at the Tokyo University of the Arts. Now, she has had residencies all across the globe, but she's also been an instructor across the U.S. This includes at the Ball State University, Penland School of Craft, Bullseye Glass Company, Pittsburgh Glass Center, Jacksonville University, and of course, Rochester Institute of Technology. These are places all that she has taught classes at. She's also taking classes from notorious glass makers from across the globe. Again, she teaches now. Oh, these are beautiful colors that we're working with. So this gold ruby one. Oh, it's a little warm too. So this is the actual color of our piece. It's a little warm to the touch now. Let's learn about how color is made, everyone. So color is just made by adding different metal oxides of the periodic table of elements. Different metals produce different colors. A little bit of gold produces pink, and a lot of gold produces red. For that reason, those two colors tend to be the most expensive in our industry. We're paying for the actual gold. Now, other colors like blue glass is cobalt, green glass is chromium or iron, and so on. Well, let's start up with picking up this colored glass. So our visiting artist will be helping out our hot shop team. She just has to help out. It's the job of the team to translate all of her ideas that she has. So we usually begin the day with kind of communicating about what's expected for the day. Now, on this table, we also have our color palette. Now, our color comes to us in a solid bar form. A lot of it just looks black, but this is actually blue. It's just very dense. This is German color, yes. Most of the colors are made outside of the United States for various reasons. They're usually made in Germany, New Zealand. Some colors are made here in the United States, though. Anyways, we buy colored glass in a bar form. This way we can use all the colors of the rainbow. The manufacturer offers about 450 colors, and that's just one of them. There's two other ones out here in the Pacific Northwest. So we purchase our color, and this box is just filled and filled of all this different colored of glass. I mentioned earlier a lot of it looks black just because it's a transparent color and it's very dense. Now we could either make a bunch of pieces out of one single bar of color, or we can make one single piece that will be very dense in that color. Either way, we first choose our color. We then decide how much of the color to use. Sometimes it's 1 inch, sometimes it's the whole bar. That will dictate the density of the colored piece. We then take our color and place it inside of our garage. We place all the color that will be used for the day inside the garage. It needs to preheat for at least 30 minutes before we can even touch it. So how do you know how much color you need to use for the specific piece that you're creating? Just experience. I am very bad at choosing exactly how much color we need, but I know Gabe, he's incredibly good at that, depending on the piece and what color tone you want that exact piece to be at. Well, do we have a question? So our visiting artist, her specialty is in film casting. She also has taught Pâte de Verre classes here in the United States. Again, she is an instructor at the Tokyo University of the Art. It looks like our process has already begun here. We're beginning with preheating the color. Our first step is just to make it malleable. It starts off as a long bar. We want it to look like a water droplet. Now, at the same time, another teammate has gathered glass, this time on a blowpipe. Sayuri has also introduced an air bubble to our mass. What will occur is the coloring. We're going to take that solid color, place it on top, and then Sayuri will spread it evenly around our bubble. All we want is a thin layer of color that will be sandwiched between clear layers. Now, this is called a color overlay technique, and there's a good chance that any colored glass in your home is playing this same optical illusion. Due to the clear glass that we place on the surface, it will magnify this underlying color and make it look solid, although everyone now here knows that it's not solid glass, or not solid clear or colored glass. Now, if we rush through this process, for sure we will get different densities of this colored glass. Regardless of the true color, it will look red and orange due to the intense heat that we are working with. So the chamber in front of us is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's powered by natural gas. You ready to spread this, Sayuri? So Sayuri can either use the tools that she has here, or just the steel tables we have laying around the studio. These steel tables may be at the perfect height for sitting, but they're even better for shaping glass. Now, traditionally, these tables were made out of marble, which is where we get that marver term from. Nowadays, we don't use marble because it can crack under enormous heat. So if we gather fresh hot glass, we can definitely crack a slab of marble. Nice and evenly. That's what we want here. Ooh. I believe this is the same colored glass that we were using earlier, so a gold ruby. It looks like we're almost ready for this next layer of clear glass. Okay. On our left, we have our furnace. It holds 1,000 pounds of Boma glass. This glass is specifically formulated for glass makers, and it's shipped to us from Europe. We're also melting glass that's made and melted in or made in North Carolina. So we have two different recipes of glass in our museum at this moment. So the glass adheres to our core because of its viscosity. By turning the rod inside of our pot of glass, we can collect it. And we have 1,000 pounds of this molten Boma clear glass. Our furnace will be on for about 10 years before we do maintenance to our furnace. So it has the heart of a champion, again about the same temperature as a lava flowing out of a volcano. We'll notice that after every gather, we use wooden blocks. As our mass gets larger, we have even bigger wooden blocks to accommodate its size. Now, they're used to ensure that our bubble will blow out evenly and symmetrically. So we're distributing the glass and the heat around our core of glass. What we're looking for is a nice symmetrical shape, like a light bulb or a Q-tip shape. What we don't want is an irregular shape, like a potato shape, which can blow out irregularly and cause a really weird color distribution. And now we wait. So in glass making, there's a lot of waiting. We wait for the glass to heat up, as we also wait for it to cool down. By waiting for the core to cool down, we can A, gather more glass, and B, maintain control over the hot layer that will be grabbed. So yeah, we just wait. So the imagery that will be placed on the glass later on, what specific imagery will be placed? So our visiting artist actually has photographs that her father took, and those pieces will be translated and placed on our glass. So on our example here, our image is just a star, just as a quick representation, but the actual decal will be a photograph that her father took, and I have some examples of this imagery that I can show around. And so this afternoon, we're going to work on this project. We have two different projects going on in our hot shop floor right now. So these cups or blinks right now are heating up inside of our annealer on our left-hand side. It's only about 300 or 400 degrees Fahrenheit. When it's about 700 degrees Fahrenheit, we can then apply them and use them. So like this massive glass, we're just waiting. And this is a new technology that's it's becoming part of our community. So are all the ovens at the same temperature here? And I can walk around and introduce them. So the one on our left is 2,300 degrees. We use it to reheat the glass. The one in our center is where our molten materials are actually held at. This is at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So just a little bit colder than our reheating chamber, but still the same temperature as lava. Now the glass collects to our core because of its viscosity, its thickness. It just collects, just how honey will stick to your fork and knife when you're eating pancakes or waffles in the morning. The chamber in our center is exactly like the one on our left. It's just larger, so we prefer to use that one because the heat is less intense. But eventually our demonstration will move to the center. We're like a production line. We begin on the sides, but conclude in the center. So you may think that Sayuri here in this case is just using the wooden block, but what she's looking for is she's looking at the surface and she's noticing if there's any hot spots in the glass. If we blow air right now, we may get an irregular shape right now. So what's interesting is when we're using a wooden block, we only block one way. When we turn the rod, that can actually scuff the surface or even cause the bubble to blow off center. So it's a lot of these small steps that we need to do when we're working with glass. And a lot of glass making is setting up the bubble to expand into the desired shape. The actual blowing portion is only about 15 to 20% of the actual demonstration. A better term for this art would be glass making, but it just happens to be that that term blowing, a glass blowing, is what really stuck with our medium. Ooh, how do you create blue glass? So blue glass is made by adding cobalt to clear glass. Now we could make a blue glass here at the museum. We could add a little bit of cobalt inside our furnace on our right. That might be cool. I'm okay with having a 1,000 pounds of blue glass because blue is a good color. But not all artists may want that. So we melt clear glass so we can use all the colors that the manufacturer has to offer. Yes, we have 1,000 pounds of clear glass melting all year around 365 days a year. So where do we get our glass from? So we have two different manufacturers right now. On our right, this glass is spruce pine. It's coming to us from North Carolina. To create this glass, they're mining a quartz mountain out in spruce pine. That gives us the beginning ingredient to this glass. We also know that they add silica sand or soda ash and lime. Those are the basic ingredients to this glass, but I don't know the exact amount of each ratio. It's a top secret formulation, only the company knows. On our left, we're melting a different glass. The only difference is it's being manufactured in Europe, but again, it's a top secret formulation that only they know. Oh, it looks like Sayuri is getting ready for this next layer of clear glass. As our mass gets larger, we take our left hand and we slide it closer to the hot glass to act as a fulcrum, so the counterbalancing point of a teeter-totter. Now, this blowpipe is made out of stainless steel alloy, so a very poor conductor of heat. But it's usually the gathering process that builds up heat to the rod. Well, notice that that rod goes from its shiny gray to a dull gray and black towards the tip. We don't place our hand in the discoloration that you see of that rod. It's always directly behind it. Now, there's two ways we can describe what we're making. Either by the amount of dips or gathers that we take, or by the size of the wooden block that we're making. What do you have here, Gabe? My, dude, my tomatillos, I'm afraid they might not sprout in time. My tomatoes aren't ready. So like I mentioned, during the gathering process is when the rod builds up a lot of heat. So Sayuri is just using some cold water that will then in turn cool down the rod. How much does this piece weigh? Let me double check with Sayuri so I can give you an accurate number. I would say around 13, 14 pounds, but let's double check. What's up, Gabe? You got about 15 pounds there? 14? You got 12 pounds, all right. So 12 pounds may not seem like a lot. You may say, hey, that's what I start at the gym working out. But although that may not seem like a lot, remember that it's all on the end of the rod, so it can feel like you're going fishing with two bowling balls on that end of that rod. So as a glass maker, I was always taught that your best friend is the wooden block. If your bubble doesn't look right, use the wooden block. It fixes everything. So gravity will always want to pull our glass to the ground. So we're using centrifugal force to counteract gravity, of course. Now, our wooden paddles are made out of fruit wood. We prefer fruit wood at all times, like cherry wood, which will contain more moisture and just last longer in our hot shop. Now, for all our audience that's joining us, we welcome you, hoping everyone's having a wonderful Friday start. Now, my name is David. If you have questions, please let me know. Raise your hand, shout my name. And this is the actual glass blowing part of glass making. Now, you don't have to be an opera singer. You don't have to play a wind instrument to blow glass. As long as you're breathing and alive, you can expand that bubble. A lot of glass making is the heat of the glass rather than how much air pressure we are blowing. But typically, we blow about 2 psi, so about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. Yes, gold ruby colored, yes. Gold ruby. Gold ruby, yes. So by the way, everyone, our colored glass is a gold ruby colored glass, but it doesn't look this color at all. That's because of the intense heat that we're working with the glass. It will make everything look a bright red and orange regardless of the true color. Well, it looks like the team is creating the jack line right now. The jack line is our fancy term that we glass makers use to describe our break-off area. So how we separate the usable glass from the steel rod itself. Now that we have our jack line, we can go back and expand our given bubble. We see Sayuri blowing air through the blowpipe, and this is the actual small portion of glass blowing. So using the wet padded newspaper, Gabe is controlling certain areas of the bubble he wishes to remain thicker. When we blow air, it takes the path of least resistance. So wherever the bubble is hotter is where it will expand. So as our mass gets just larger, we like to open more doors to our reheating chamber, counteract its size. Oh, if we bump it on the side, we pretty much will start all over again. Yeah, so you do not want to touch the doors at any point. If you do, you'll be labeled a door toucher for a few years. Well, in the center, we are now getting ready to apply a blob of glass on the very bottom. This will create our decorative stand that we see in our chalk drawing. And we are just ensuring that we have enough material on our left to attach it to the very bottom of our vessel. Well, we want this mass to be applied on center, so we just scored a bullseye. Whenever we apply glass, we like to apply it straight up and down. And for our audience that's joining us, don't forget that you're more than welcome to roam around our hot shop studio. The top balcony is always a great place to hang out. So how do you know when it's too cold that you have to place it back in the oven? That's just experience that you learn as a glass maker. Usually we like to be about 10 seconds inside of the reheating chamber. We refer to this as a flash. A long flash is about 20 seconds. And I still count to this day when I'm flashing or heating glass up. Now our team that we're working right now, let's quickly break down how they're operating. So our visiting artist, Erika Tada, is getting her hands dirty, helping out the team, but she's going to allow our team to just translate all of her ideas. Sitting down, we have Gabe. He's our professional glassmaker here at the museum with over 2 decades of experience. He's also one of our longest working employees at the museum since we've opened. Now, helping our gaffer, which is what we refer to the person sitting down, the gaffer. Now our gaffer we have followed by the pole turner. The pole turner here in this case is Courtney Branham, another professional working here in our studio. So when you hear that term capping in the studio, what we mean by that is we just want to place our finger or our palm over the blowpipe. When we're applying pressure to the glass, there's times that we can collapse the bubble or deflate the bubble. For that reason, we have to place our hand over the hole, ensuring that that air doesn't escape. As we're finishing up our piece in the center with this blowpipe, we're getting ready to apply a new rod. Now we call the transfer rod the punty or the pontil. Again, that's just our fancy term that we glass makers use to describe this new rod. Either way, we can just call it the transfer rod. Going to place it right on the very bottom. To make it easier, we could score a bullseye on the bottom. Now there's various types of punties or transfer rods a glass maker has to choose from, depending on the piece that they're making. This type of transfer rod that we're applying needs to be applied very hot to ensure that it will be stable enough that it will stick and it won't fall off of this new rod at any point during the demonstration. So with this type of punty, we're maximizing the surface area that it makes contact while minimizing the actual contact points that it makes with the glass. Once again, we apply it while it's really hot to ensure that it fuses properly. And while it's still hot, we constrict another break-off point. This is how we're going to separate this new rod from the piece itself, is by applying a little bit of water in that constriction. Now that the new handle is applied, let's break off our previous rod. We're going to apply a little bit of water on the previous jack line that was created earlier in the demonstration. Now we're waiting to stabilize, to cool down, ensuring that we don't lose control when this piece is transferred. So we're waiting for Courtney's mark. That's going to tell us that it's stable enough to transfer over. All right. Well, our pole turner, Courtney Branham, has given the signal that punty is now stable. It's ready. A little bit of water. There goes the first droplet. First few droplets, I should say. So at this moment, now that our punty still has a little bit of heat, we're going to center our piece. We're going to ensure that our vessel and our steel rod are moving on the same plane, that we're minimizing the wobble as it's rotating. This centering process is adjusted within 10 seconds. I believe this is the most difficult step in all of glass making. It took me about 5 years to learn this step, and my instructor always told me the same thing over and over until finally it clicked one day. I wish I could explain it, but I still have difficult times even doing it sometimes. It's about recognizing how it's off center and then just adjusting it immediately. All right, just like that, we've minimized the wobble. It doesn't seem like we did anything, but this helps us out in the long run. This will ensure that we're not left with an asymmetrical shape or just lopsided piece. So the way we're going to work on our vessel is we're slowly going to make our way towards the tip. Now we will explain this in our chalk drawing, but essentially we're going to work our way from the middle to the top. We also need to ensure that we pull out a neck area, and the way we're going to create that neck is by pulling a lot of thick glass out. So by the end of the day on our shop floor, there will be a lot of broken glass. This is just the thick glass that we remove through every single piece that we make here at the museum. So hand-blown glass always goes through some form of thinning procedure. This is just to ensure that the base and the top have the same thickness. So we concentrate the heat at the very lip. You can notice this because most of the vessel is outside of our reheating chamber. And again, when we hear the term flash, that means about 10 seconds inside of the chamber. A long flash can be about 15 to 20 seconds. A lot of this is just experience with working with the glass, noticing how much it's moving as you're rotating. So how do we invite an artist here to the museum? It is so first of all, our visiting artist has had a residency prior to the Museum of Glass or coming here, and she actually won an award to our museum back in 2016, which granted her another residency. So she was chosen. Now the way an artist comes to the museum is there's various ways. We do have a panel of judges that decide which artists will come to our museum. If you are chosen, you can receive up to 5 days with our professional crew. We're essentially a Disneyland for artisans. So the equipment that we see here is some of the largest in the glass-making globe, and we go through a lot of clear glass here at the museum. Our artist can have as much clear glass as she can possibly want. All she needs to bring is any ideas and colors she wishes translated into glass. So every single week here at the museum, it's always something unique and different, and you can always check us out online on our YouTube channel or website. A lot of colleges watch our glass making demonstrations, but of course anyone's more than welcome. Just check it out and ask questions in the comments as well. Question? So is our staff trained at Pilchuck? Well, actually, our visiting artist, she's taken classes at Pilchuck. Her last class was back in 2018 with Jeff Mack and Laura Donnerfer, two very well-known glassmakers. But Erika has also taught classes at Pilchuck Glass School, and even our team has either taught classes or taken classes as well. So our team, they're really, really talented in our community. They also teach classes internationally. So what we just saw right now was the removal of the thick material from our piece. And again, all hand-blown glass goes through this thinning procedure, or some type of thinning procedure. Well, as a glassmaker, you learn to refine the three basic shapes in glass, which is a sphere, cylinder, and cone. If you can master these three shapes, you can master every shape in glass. But these three shapes are also the most difficult because they're so recognizable, like a sphere. We all know what a sphere should look exactly. So if our contours don't look like a sphere, we're going to notice that right away. Again, the wooden paddles are used to shield our glass makers from the radiating heat, as well as to create flat spots in our glass, like a flat lip. So we're now going to refine the shoulder portion of our sphere. Our shoulder portion will be the top rounded side of our glass. As a glass maker, you always explain the process as like if it were a human body. So the foot would be the base, the shoulder would be this part, and then the neck would be the top part. Now to expand the shoulder area of our sphere, we're going to use a soffietto. A soffietto is a metal straw with the cone flare, which stands for little breeze in Italian. A lot of glassmaking tools have Italian names. Now, by using this soffietto, we can introduce more air to that area, which is also the area that we preheated earlier. Well, it looks like our team is. So it looks like our team is nearly complete with this vessel. Now, the last step that we will take is to place it inside of a controlled environment. So everyone, at this moment, we're going to prepare to break our piece free from its rod that it has now. We will then place it inside of the annealer on your right-hand side with the green number 4. It's sitting at 920 degrees, and it will be the home of everything that's produced here today. So this oven overnight will slowly cool back to room temperature, eliminating the stress in the glass. When we look at the history of glass making, it wasn't making this that was difficult. It was preventing this from breaking. Even the Egyptians struggled with this process for a very long time. Nowadays, we know better. So there's a mathematical formula that we have discovered that will tell us how long it should stay inside of one of these controlled environments. Now, at this moment, we are introducing heat back to our piece. What we're looking for is movement coming from the base. This is going to tell the glass makers that the glass is simply too hot for a crack to spread into our vessel. Now, with a little bit of water on the end of the punty, again in our weak spot, it will cause a crack, and with the tap, we can exploit that break-off area. What a beautiful piece. Let's give a round of applause to our visiting artist, Erika Tada, and the whole Museum of Glass shop crew. So our visiting artist, Erika Tada, will be out here for the next few days. Let's give her another round of applause. It's up to our team to translate all of her wonderful ideas. So everyone, we have a few different projects that we're working on right now. We're exploring the project that's on our chalk drawing here, but this afternoon we are going to work on a different project. You can join us later on today. If you're heading out of here, thank you so much for stopping by. When will we make the lid for this piece? Sometime during this residency, maybe even this afternoon, we will create that. I'm actually interested in seeing how they make the lid because I've never made a lid before, and I can learn how to. Sweet. If you're heading out, happy Friday, everyone. Thank you so much for stopping by. Let's check in with our team, and we can find out what's going to be made here next. We have time for one last one. All right, this should take us all the way to lunch as well. So these pieces take about 1 hour to make. So after we're done with this next one, we will take a lunch break, and then we can return to create our vessels, our blown out vessels here shortly. Happy Friday, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your weekend as well as we start up. Remember, everyone, we have complimentary water when you enter the shop. It's very important that we all stay hydrated. Oh, Sayuri, I'm so sorry. So Sayuri is our starter. Her job is to just prep the bubble for our gaffer. So our gaffer is trying to save his energy for the more critical parts of the demonstration. I apologize for not introducing Sayuri, our starter, for today. But she's gathered a little bit of glass, and she's going to pick up a little bit of solid color from our garage. So this morning we begin by loading all the color that will be used for the day. And then we can jump right back to our demonstration here in a few minutes when Sayuri exits the garage with the solid color. We'll start our demonstration right back up. All right, everyone. So we're working with the gold ruby color. We see a break off or the thick portion of that glass on our studio floor. This gold ruby color. I can walk around and show everyone. It's not going to look like this, though. It's going to look red and orange for the demonstration because of the intense heat that we work at. All right. Yes, question. Yes, that will be the true color of our glass. And at this moment, let's just learn how color is made since our team has already applied a little bit of color. So down in this box, we have our color palette for this residency. We give our artist as much clear glass as she can possibly want. All she needs to come with is color that she may want to use. Now, a lot of this looks black, but it's actually a transparent color that's very dense. So some of this is blue and some of it is green glass. Now, the color is simply made by adding different metal oxides. So different metals create different colors. I always like to say red and pink as an examples because those are some of the most expensive because we apply actual gold. A little bit of gold in clear glass produces a pink glass, and then a lot of gold produces red glass. If you have red glass at home, if you ever seen red glass and it looks just brilliant, guaranteed they use a lot of gold in it. So the manufacturer makes our colored glass. Most color is made outside of the United States, but there is some color that's made right here. Now, let's say, for instance, we want to make this blue glass. This blue glass can be made by adding a little bit of cobalt. So we can add cobalt inside of our furnace on our right-hand side, and we would have 1,000 pounds of this cobalt blue glass, which may be cool for a while, but we melt clear glass instead, so we can use all the colors of the rainbow instead of being stuck with one, or in this case, two single colors. So once we've purchased our color, we need to determine how much color to use. We could use the whole bar, but that would create something very dense, or we could just use an inch or two. This will dictate the density of the color, and it's up to our artists to decide how much color to use. Our team has been working with glass for over 2 decades, so they're really good at figuring out how much color to use. I'm still pretty new at this, so coloring is not my strong suit yet. But I'm learning, which is what glass making is all about. So we've stabbed up our colored glass. We've made it malleable. At this point, we are waiting for the air bubble. So on another rod, our team member has gathered glass on a blowpipe. She's then shaped that massive glass and introduced an air bubble by blowing air through that rod. Due to the heat and the pressure that's created, it pierces the bubble, which is how this occurs. And a lot of this is science, how heat energy can be transferred as well. But Sayuri now has the bubble. She's letting it cool down and stabilize before we apply the color. What will occur is the solid color, this golden ruby color, is going to be placed on top of Sayuri's bubble. Once that is completed, she is going to spread this ruby color evenly around the bubble. And everyone, it's just going to look like red and orange colored glass, but again, it is a ruby colored glass. Let's see how this coloring application will occur. Now, most colored glass in your home is playing the same color technique on us, this magnification property that glass holds, and it's just an optic illusion. And there's a possibility that the colored glass in your home is playing this exact same optical illusion on you. All right, so here we go. The glass is placed on the surface. Now that it's on top, it's up to Sayuri to spread it evenly. When we add clear glass on the surface, it's going to magnify this underlaying color and make it look solid. Although we now know it's a little bit of color that is really used. So as Sayuri is spreading the color layer evenly around our bubble, let's learn about our cone-shaped structure that we are inside of right now. Now, the Museum of Glass was designed by Canadian architect Arthur D. Erickson. He's also designed like the city of Vancouver, British Columbia, which is one of the reasons why we have a lot of similarities to the city of Vancouver. Now, Tacoma was founded on a logging city, so we used to export a lot of wood from our area. And with such a large lumber industry, they would burn a lot of sawdust and off-cut lumber in incinerators that we stand in here now. This is what this building was built after in memory of the burners that once stood in our Foss waterway. These burners are long gone, but this museum was built in its memory. The closest burners in our area would be in Aberdeen, Washington, and out in the peninsula, where there's still a strong lumber industry. I'm not aware if they're functional or not, or even operational at this time. But I know they're still around there. Now, I'm not too certain if our architect knew this or not, but in Europe, there's studios built like this throughout history, a cone-shaped structure where air can funnel towards the top. We've even added a fan at the top to accelerate all the hot air rising. Now, there's some studios that will shut down during the summer because of how hot it can get, but luckily we have an air system below our stands, so there's constant fresh air flowing to our studio. I would say it's hotter where everyone is sitting and standing at than where I roam around. You can always feel this nice breeze. So to extend the working time of the glass and make it more malleable, we use a glory hole, which is a reheating chamber approximately 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. There's no glass inside of these round chambers. It's just fire and heat that we're using to extend the working time. Great overlay, Sayuri. We're getting ready for the next step now, everyone. If you're joining us, happy Friday. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. So as the museum begins to heat up, everyone, there's complimentary water on your right side when you enter the shop, the hot shop. As long as we all stay hydrated, everything will be great. Now we hurry up and wait, essentially. So everyone here Sayuri is just waiting for the core to cool down. By waiting for it to cool down, we can A, gather more glass, and B, maintain control of that hot layer that will be added. Now, all our clear glass that we are melting is being brought out of one of our two furnaces. Here today, we are using our furnace on our left-hand side. This furnace is holding 1,000 pounds of molten material. On our big screen, we'll show you a diagram of this furnace because if I open it, it just looks red and orange. Behind this door, we are melting a ceramic pot of glass. This ceramic pot is where all the molten material lives at. So we can think of the furnace as a hot bowl of soup on 365 days a year. This furnace will be turned off in about a decade. So 10 years before it takes a break. And this process of gathering or collected is repeated until we have enough glass. The way we describe what we're making is either by the amount of dips that we take or by the wooden block that we use to accommodate its size. So at this point, we could describe our massive glass as 2 gathers or a 10 block. I just want to make sure that this is a 10 block. So yeah, that's usually how we describe what we're making. So if I wanted to make a really giant vessel like today, I could either describe it as 4 gathers or a 16 block, since that's the size that we're using. And everyone, if you have questions, please let me know. My name is David. I am more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. about today's demonstration, we're making this piece right here. Later on, we'll create the tops. These pieces are going to be quite large, pretty wide. And we begin on the ends of the museum, but we'll make our way to the center here shortly. We like the chambers on the ends because they're smaller. It's not as intense to work out of, since the chamber in the center is quite large. A lot of this equipment that we see in front of us is the largest in the glass industry. So it's common that artisans rent this studio just to get their hands on our oversized equipment or even our very talented hot shop crew. Well, a little bit of the blowing action going on our left. Another shaping tool we use is the wet pad of a newspaper. It's not an asbestos pad. It's also not the Tacoma Weekly or the Seattle Weekly. This is just the Wall Street Journal newspaper. Now I'm just standing by to blow air through the blowpipe. When we blow air, we blow about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. As long as you're breathing and alive, you can blow glass. And we always have wooden blocks large enough to accommodate its size. Always, always, always. So the glass that we're using here at the museum is not your average glass, not even your average Coca-Cola glass. This glass is specifically formulated for glass makers. So it's made specifically for our industry. This glass is coming to us from Europe. It's called Boma glass. Well, everyone, it looks like we're getting our first peek in our annealer. This artwork was made yesterday during lunchtime. If it's cool enough, I can bring it out and show our wonderful audience what was made yesterday. The artwork that's made here today, we won't show anyone until tomorrow since it will need to cool down. When we look at the history of glass making, it wasn't melting sand into glass that was difficult. It was preventing the glass from breaking at all when completed. So far we can describe our mass as 3 gathers of glass or a 14 block. And I believe the wooden blocks are measured in centimeters, if I'm not mistaken. So you'll notice when Sayuri is using this wooden block, she's distributing the heat around the bubble evenly. She's also ensuring that there's no hot spots in the glass, that Other spots don't look as bright as others. When we're using this wooden block, it's the rotation that can cause the bubble to blow off center, or even friction to cause marks on the glass. So you'll notice Sayuri only marbors one way. When she gets to the end, she sometimes lifts off the block, ensuring that there's no scuffing. Ooh, question, yes. So how deep are we going into our furnace when we gather? Oh, how deep is the glass? I would say our pot starts at right below the seal, so right under that bright red and orange light, and there's this giant tub of glass inside of here. Again, 1,000 pounds of this molten material is being kept inside of this oven. We'll show you a diagram on the big screen, because if I open the door, it just looks red and orange. There's not much to see inside of there, but if you look very closely, you can see the pot that's being used. So this furnace only holds clear molten glass. If any colored glass go into our furnace, that can be catastrophic, because the next few pieces that we make will have or will contain that colored glass in it. For how does the color get into the piece? So the color is always applied separately. We buy our colored glass from a manufacturer. Color is made by adding different metal oxides from the periodic table of elements. We receive our color in a bar form. We then melt this, make it malleable, and place it on top of a bubble. All we want to do is create a thin layer of this color. And to explain this, I want to play a color overlay video on our big screen to catch up all our audience as we prepare for the next layer. So on our big screen here, let's get our color overlay video. All right, so we're preparing for our fourth and final gather. This should give us enough material to make our vessel that we're making here. We have a chalk drawing. Now, our visiting artist will later cast glass, and these elements will be placed on the inside of our vessel. So our visiting artist that we have now here, Erika Tada, won a residency back in 2016, where she was granted another residency for the artwork that was explored. Now, Erika Tada, she's a teacher at the Tokyo University of the Arts. She holds an MFA from the Rochester Institute of Technology. And she also has a doctorate of philosophy from the Tokyo University of the Arts. So at this moment, we can see all the clear glass that we're using. But once this piece has been expanded, due to the properties of glass, it will magnify that golden ruby color and make it look solid. Solid color. Now, our team has noticed impurities in our glass. I don't know if that's an air bubble, a piece of ceramic, but whatever it is, we always take the precaution of removing these impurities. So we pull out the bubbles, and here we're going to snip them right off of the bubble. This is one of my favorite things about glass. It's so satisfying, it never gets old. And just like that, we remove all the impurities. Now we have a really good glass to work with. This ain't a joke. This is one of the highest levels of professional glass making across the globe. Because of the gather of glass, the rod built heat, so we're going to use a pipe cooler, which is just cold water that we run on the surface of the rod, which in turn cools it down. This rod that we're using is made out of a stainless steel alloy, which is a poor conductor of heat. We're also just ensuring that we can heal the scar that's left over from our piece. Or from cutting the glass is what I meant. How heavy is that? I would say it weighs around 14 pounds of glass. This definitely looks larger than the last few pieces that we have made. So as this residency progresses, the artwork is just going to get more complicated. If that's either by the decoration and bits that's added or by the sheer scale that we work at. Usually it's common that most artists, when they receive a residency here, they really wish to push scale. And our team are experts in working large scale. So in the center of our studio, we have Gabe. He's our gaffer. Our gaffer will communicate very closely with our visiting artist about what's being made. We always start a day with communicating about what's expected for the day's work. Followed by the gaffer, we have the pole turner. In this case, it's Courtney Branham. It's his job to get that massive glass adequately hot enough. Earlier, we met Sayiri. Sayiri was the starter. Her job is now transitioning more to assistant. And of course, our visiting artist is getting her hands dirty. She's using wooden paddles to shield our gaffer Gabe from the radiating heat coming from the glass. Again, our chamber in the center is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. Natural gas being a low-burning fuel, you need a lot of oxygen to increase the temperature. Now, we essentially have computers regulating the amount of gas flow in air to maximize the fuel efficiency. So our team right now is getting ready for the jack line. The jack line is our term that we use to describe the break-off area. So how we separate the usable glass from the steel rod. To create the jack line, we just need to get the glass really, really hot. And we're squeezing down two blades to create this waste point or break-off area. We can also refer it to as a neckline, but oftentimes glassmakers just call it the jack line. And this is the actual glass blowing part of glass making. We blow air to expand the bubble. Now, as long as you're breathing and alive, you can blow glass. We blow about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle. Our audience that's joining us, we are making the piece on our left. Now that's some hot glass there. Again, we use centrifugal force to counteract gravity. At any moment, if we stop turning, that glass will just fall straight to the ground. We're using a propane torch, about 2,500 degrees, just to preheat the area we wish to expand. Now, this pad that we are using is not an asbestos pad. That's a common question we get. Rather, just the wet pad of a newspaper. So the Wall Street Journal is our newspaper we are burning here today. So as we continue to refine our shape, there is exact dimensions that our visiting artist has given our team. So it's up to them to figure out what's the best technique to approach this design with these exact dimensions. On our left-hand side of the studio, Sairi, another member of our hot shop staff, has gathered glass on another rod. She's building the material that will become the base to our vessel. So we have a chalk drawing on your left-hand side, and there's a thick patty of glass that will be attached. Oh, Gabe, the old blowing cap technique here. So by blowing a lot of air and then placing our finger over that hole, this is an advanced way we can blow or expand the bubble without actually continuing to blow a lot of air. So this is because of the heat and pressure that's generated that it causes the air to expand. So even the patty of glass that we are attaching, we're ensuring that it's only clear material, that there's no impurities in that glass. And if we notice too much impurities, it may get to a point that we may just want to gather a whole new blob of glass. And it looks like the team has noticed there was just too many impurities in that patty of glass. So we'll go ahead and just start it right all over again. And this is the level that we work at here at the museum. It's one of the highest levels, so any impurities at any point can be catastrophic. We like to remove those. It looks like Gabe has continued to notice those impurities. So what we're going to do is we're going to rake our furnace. Raking the furnace is when we eliminate or push back the first layer of glass to the very back, ensuring that we're not gathering any of those cords or air bubbles. Oh, it looks like Bomo's not the next thing. When we say cords in glass, it just means usually some type of impurity in the glass. Fine. You sure? Okay. So in glass making, you always learn to be patient. I got your Who's going skating? What's up? So for our audience that's joining us, on our left we have our furnace. This is where we're melting our 1,000 pounds of Boma glass. This is a European glass specifically made for glass making. It's always those small ones. And even it's the smallest of the bubbles that are magnified the largest, and those small air bubbles look a lot larger in the end result. Well, as we're waiting for our mass of glass to be at the right size, let's just stop and thank our members we see out in the audience. So, from everyone on our shop floor and our staff, we'd like to thank our members we see out in the audience. We love and appreciate all our members. Memberships go a long way to fund the Museum of Glass. So now that Sayuri has gathered the necessary mass of glass, she will score down a break-off point or a constriction. Again, we refer to this as a jack line. We are now ready to apply our mass, our patty material. Again, we see it on the bottom of our vessel. Anytime we apply glass, we always like to apply it straight up and down, so vertically, to ensure that it's placed on center. We've also scarred a bullseye on the top to help us out even more. So a way that a residency works is that all the artwork that's made here and explored, it all belongs to our visiting artists. Now this artwork will be shown in a gallery later on in Tokyo, Japan, where she has set up already a gallery. Oh, yeah, so I just wanted to double check my notes to ensure that I gave this information, it was accurate. She has an upcoming show, an exhibition in Japan occurring in November. So there's a tight deadline that this artwork needs to be completed before then to be shown. So our visiting artist is an instructor at the Tokyo University of the Arts. Now she's also the winner of the International Student Exhibition of the GAS Conference. The GAS Conference is the Glass Art Society conference that happens every other year. The last conference was in Murano, Italy, and this year it will be in St. Petersburg, Florida. Well, everyone, on the left hand side of our studio, we have another glass maker who is gathered on another rod. We're preparing to transfer the orientation of our piece. So we're going to apply a new rod on this bottom so we can begin to work on that top area. Now a punty or a transfer rod will become the new handle that's applied. We call it the punty, us glass makers. Other glass makers also refer to it as a pontil, but it's really just a transfer rod. Now there's various types of transfer rod to choose from as a glass maker, dictate or depending on the piece that you're making. This type of transfer rod will maximize the surface area while minimizing the actual contact that it makes with the glass. So we bring over the punty while it's quite hot. When it's hot, it fuses to the bottom of the piece. Now, it's hot enough that it will fuse permanently. So while it's still hot, we are going to squeeze down another constriction, so another jack line. And this is how we're going to separate this new rod from the actual vessel itself. Now we stabilize this punty. We're not in a rush to break it free yet. We're waiting for Courtney's keyword, letting our team know that that new rod has stabilized. A little bit of compressed air can cool it down rapidly. So here we're just waiting for Courtney's keyword that we're ready to transfer this piece. Too early, and we can lose control of our piece. All right, well, it looks like Courtney is ready. A little bit of water on our first jack line we made. There goes the first few droplets, and there goes the other half. Oh, the transfer is now complete. Now, this next step that we're going to do, I personally think it's the most difficult step. That's because it took me about 5 years to learn what to do and what's going on here. It's really hard to explain this sometimes because I had a lot of difficulty with it. But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to ensure that this new rod and the vessel are turning on the same plane, that we're minimizing the wobble as it's rotating. We call this the centering. They're already done centering. It just took within 5 seconds. It's a very quick process, but it will ensure that we don't end up with a lopsided vessel or a wobbly vessel too. So for our audience that's joining us, again, the chamber that we're using in the center is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. The longer we spend inside, the hotter the glass gets, which the faster we need to turn to maintain control of it. Anytime we see the bright red and orange glow coming from our glass, we can always assume that's the area we're going to work next. Now, since we created a break-off area in that section, we also thickened the glass. So hand-blown glass always goes through some form of thinning procedure. So what we're doing here is we're pulling the thick glass out. We're also creating the neck of our shape. Eventually, though, we're going to remove that thick glass that we just pulled out right now. For that reason, our ground ends up littered with all the thick glass remnants of anything that was made that day. So we often get asked about burns here in the studio. How often do they occur? And is this a safe environment to really work in? Now, these are trained professionals. It's more common to get burned by the tools that touch the glass than the actual hot glass itself. So that's very rare. Now, some safety precautions that we take here at the museum is eyewears. We need something to protect our beautiful eyes, if that's prescription glasses or safety glasses. We also don't allow polyester on our shop floor, so no basketball shorts here, which can melt to your skin, of course. Lastly, we don't allow open-toed shoes in our studio because of the ground that ends up on the shop floor, but usually we like to wear a lot of cotton here as well. Ooh, Gabe stays strapped with those shears. This is one of my favorite steps in all of glass making. Again, all hand-blown glass goes through one way or one form of thinning procedure, as we see. So that glass that was removed is also a good indicator of the color we were working with. Again, this is the true color, the gold ruby color, and this is just the cutoff of our first piece that was made. And to create this gold ruby color, they actually use a lot of gold to it. It's actually one of the most expensive in our industry as well. So the wooden paddles that you see are just used to ensure that we have a flat top. We're also using the wooden paddles to just shield our members from the radiating heat coming from the glass. Especially our shoulder area. That's where a lot of that heat is exposed. Now we're even wearing a sleeve, a reflective sleeve, just to ensure we don't burn ourselves. Now, our team that's working here, their body is acclimated to working with glass, so they're used to working at this high temperature environment. Personally, when I work with glass, I like to wear long sleeves, but our team doesn't wear long sleeves. So this pad that our team is using right now in the center, it is just the Wall Street Journal newspaper folded on itself. So if you have any of this newspaper at home, you can always bring it down here. And we will use it in the creation of some stunning artwork. Eventually, two pieces will remain here at the museum. One that will be shown either in our top balcony or in our galleries, and a secondary piece that will be auctioned off in our gala. We are coming up here to our Gala. This is the biggest auction that the museum hosts, and we are a few days away from this year's Red Hot Gala, occurring the first week of next month. So it is September 7th. If you're interested in being part of our Red Hot Gala, you can sign up online to RSVP. That will be happening next weekend. I wanted to run artwork for the Red Hot Gala. It's not going to work though. So one of our teammates right now is using a soffietto. A soffietto is a metal straw with a cone flare. It stands for little breeze in Italian, and it's how we can introduce air into our vessel without a blowpipe. Now, glass blowing is highly Italian based here in our Pacific Northwest area. So a lot of our tools and techniques that we use have Italian names. That's because in the 60s, Italians were the first glass workers to teach us Americans how to work with glass. So all of glass making here in our area is all Italian based. So again, the artwork that's made here will be shown in a gallery later on in November with our visiting artists in a gallery in Tokyo, Japan. So there's a tight deadline that we need to work with. And this artwork that's made here is only the tip of the iceberg. There is still casted elements that will be placed on the inside. And that will be happening on a later date. So later on, we're also going to create the lids that will be on top. We have an example of a lid inside of our annealer. It's still a little warm, but here later on I can bring it out. It looks like our team is nearly complete with this piece. The last step that we take is also the longest step. We call this the annealing cycle. The annealer we are using is the one on our right with the green number 4. This oven is sitting at 920 degrees, and it will be the home of everything that's made here today. So when we open this, you will notice that there's 2 other of these vessels inside. All right, so 2 doors on the right. Again, we have 2 of our pieces sitting inside of here, same color as we're working with now. When we look at the history of glass making, it wasn't melting sand into glass that was difficult. It was preventing this from breaking. The Egyptians would bury their glass in hot sand, but we know better. There's a mathematical formula that has been discovered that will determine how long it should stay inside of one of these ovens. Well, it looks like we're ready to go now. Everyone, once we break this piece free, we are going to be taking a short lunch break for an hour, and then we can return to continue our demonstration. I believe we may be switching gears when we return. We'll just have to find out and see when we return with our hot shop team. So 2 doors on the right, and we'll try to return around 2:15, everyone. So here goes the first drop on the end of the punty. Slight tap. This piece is complete. Well, let's give another round of applause to our visiting artist, Erika Tada. She's taking over our museum for these next few days. If you're unfamiliar how the museum works, is we host visiting artists from across the globe. We're essentially like a Disneyland for artisans. So this is a place where their dreams can become a reality using glass as our medium. But when we return, everyone will be so excited. I will stick around and answer any last few questions that we may have around, but thank you everyone so much for stopping by. I hope you have a wonderful Friday. Enjoy your weekend. The sun is out too. Enjoy the rest of the summer that we have left in the sun. If you're looking for a good place to hang out in Tacoma, I always recommend Tacoma's waterfront. If you like long walks on the beach, then Tacoma has you covered. Take care, everyone. Again, we will return approximately 2:15 with our demonstrations.
I'm Akio Takamori. I live in Seattle. My work is all figurative. I focused on people, so I kind of address the race issue and the cultural issue. The bottom line is humanity. I'm making a figurative, so like it's about human. It's all coming from myself and my own life. My kind of a perspective changes through my life progress. All my work is basically clay, and then also I'm very much interested in working with the form and the surface, which means the form is like a three-dimensional form and the surface is, two-dimensional, so the combination of those two. I'm interested in the kind of a mystery of babies, and so this baby I made it to go on the wall. So actually, you hang on the wall and up higher, so the looks like the baby just appeared in the air. It's kind of godlike appearance. So I think it's a big difference between glass and ceramics. Ceramics is a really opaque material. I really try to kind of think about the relationship with the kind of glass as a material and light. What I like about glass process and ceramics process, both is like there's some really kind of a busy time and the firing time, and then sometimes like the piece disappears in the kiln. So like ceramics and glass have that kind of process, repeating, and which is like it's pretty interesting.
I think it's quite interesting the way they're sectioning, or the molds are kind of breaking a little bit. I mean, the way the face popped out. I think it's interesting. I really like it.
This is something like I was kind of expected will happen, and but it's really kind of interesting to see my own, figurative work, which is like a light is coming through. Usually my work have a lot more kind of a clay and earthiness, but now like with this glass and with the light, have a lot more kind of a sense of a spirituality in it. Kind of seeing it, some kind of a Buddha face in there, and so like it's pretty exciting to kind of think like how much kind of information is already here, and then what kind of information I can add. So like it's really different from like what kind of information I'll give to my clay work. So which is challenging, and I'm pretty excited about thinking about that. I'm looking at those 3-4 guys working together, and then they've been working like more than 10 years together. Just like a kind of brotherhood kind of thing. Looking at those glass people working together seems like they have that, and which is I thought was quite interesting. I think like when I was young, I was more interested about controlling things, and then now like I'm just kind of excited about something is uncontrollable, then how you kind of live with it, or like how you kind of celebrate the part of it. That is kind of a become a challenge. I think that more challenge, and also like a interesting part, I think.
And we coined the term slapping the rabbit. So it was like, let's slap the rabbit means let's hit the molten glass with our bare naked hand and leave a handprint. All the hands who want to see us slap the rabbit again, we're going to slap it. Slap the rabbit. I've come here to the Museum of Glass precisely to make things just like this piece that I've never made before, patterns I've never used before. I can see what it's going to be. I can see what it's going to be. Looks totally amazing. That was awesome.
I'm Corey Metcalf. I'm one half of Noisefold. I live in Montrose, Colorado.
And I'm David Stout, the other half of Noisefold, and I live in Denton, Texas, which is on the north side of Dallas.
we think of noise not so much as a sound you don't really want to hear. We think of noise more as kind of a prima materia, the field of all possibility. And so we're interested in this idea of filtering or folding that information and finding form within that.
And when we use this technique in our performances, one of the things we do is that we simultaneously generate an image and take the data that comprises that image and turn it back into sound.
So this project for the Museum of Glass, we're creating obviously stable, solid forms, but it comes out of our practice of actually animating in pretty wild and very organic ways, basically mathematical surfaces, structures that are created through basically visualizing mathematical differential equations. And so we've created a system that allows us to take these surfaces and do many different things to sculpt them in real time and to animate the way that they behave and move. So we set up a virtual reality interface that allows the gaffers to get right in there and actually use a controller to rotate the forms around, change the scale, even get inside the thing if they want to.
And we found in our initial experiments that it really helped the gaffers because they quite literally could get inside and around and look at a difficult surface or component that isn't really that easily seen on a screen.
We always ask for as many drawings as we can have, and you know, with this we can look at it and from any perspective. Oh, you need a punny? Okay, hold on, let me get out of here.
When we started out as Noisefold, we took a lot of equations that were put together on an open source database by Paul Bork, who's an Australian astrophysicist. And very quickly we were using techniques to blend that data, blend that geometry. And so what you end up with is these highly complex, novel forms.
We can generate much crazier forms. We're not doing that.
And we could iterate on forms that are much more traditional glass forms and make really interesting vases and things that would be more common to the glass vocabulary.
But we're trying to go for that sweet spot where it's something that we think speculatively could be made in glass, but is just a little bit harder than might be the typical form.
Or considerably more difficult, but still within the realm of possibility.
Within the realm of possibility.
While these do stand alone from the new media works that we make in terms of the projected or immersive installation environments and performances, we're definitely thinking about ways of bringing the two into conversation. And so taking the forms that we've digitally prototyped and figuring out ways of combining them in exhibition spaces with the actual glass objects that come out of the process. So we have to wait till they come out of the oven, of course, which is another different aspect of this process than the digital. And the other thing, of course, you can't just buy an extra hard drive when you get too many glass objects.
optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
The first thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of glass blown things, because we all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. If you flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I didn't even realize and discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden these shadows appeared, you know, underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as, you know, being a Native American artist. And at that time there just wasn't very many people doing it. And that maybe planted the seed in my head, you know, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from, you know, my glassblowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies. The salmon piece is going to be, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cooled, then I'll add this kind of a design work. This is kind of stylized Northwest Coast design. I have a natural connection to glass, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively. So I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end, it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, what better place to operate from than this connection. You have this history, and I feel like if I'm successful with my work, I would just be inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. A few years ago, I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. To make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary. And I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit. Good. Yahoo!
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece. The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass. Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
It's a baby monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But,
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it, a cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who, they have no idea of glass blowing techniques, they don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special.
The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
My name's Henry Johnson. I'm 12 years old. I enjoy music and art. The week the Museum of Glass opened, my parents became members, and I've been going there since I was born.
Henry's our oldest child, and from the beginning he liked to design things because he would come up with plans and build things and figure out how things work.
Exposing our kids early to art is a big priority in our family.
I really enjoyed the Glass Museum at all ages. Like when I was younger, it was just cool. So there's like fire and
not only exposing them to art, but also to actually watch real artists making art.
Kids Design Glass is a program at the Museum of Glass where you're able to draw a picture and give it a name and a story about it. And then if your drawing is selected, it will be made into a piece of glass. Ever since I could really move a pen in my hand, I've been just doing drawings for the Kids Design Glass.
The kids, they get into the studio and they've got to come up with this idea because they really want their design to be chosen. It's helping trigger that initiative for kids. It's really making them think differently instead of something being spoon-fed to them. They're coming up with this original idea.
How many kids design glass drawings do you think you've done?
30 to 40 drawings at least. Yeah. I was talking to him, he thinks it's a lot more than that, but I would say probably around 50.
Like 124 or something. Every time I go to the glass museum, to get there, I go over the bridge, and I always walk under the bridge of glass.
Bridge of glass is secretly a car. I think that's what
Kind of just looked at the bridge of glass and thought, what else could it be?
It was just out there, you know, that if you kept doing it, maybe, maybe you get chosen.
Glass. I'm going to put all these, I'm assuming these are all the little things.
Gabe told me that they're like excited that it would be like fun to make the pieces of glass in the bottom of the bridge.
And I think there's a lot of mystery about art for kids. They only see the final product. You know, they might go to a museum, but they don't really know how it became the piece that it is. And, I mean, I think it's the neatest thing I've ever seen any museum do.
I think the coolest part of them creating my piece was they take clear glass, roll it in different color shards to create the pieces on the bottom of the bridge of glass.
So they're treating these kids who did these designs like world-class glass artists. Like they're the visiting artists, and they might be 12, but they're the artists, and they want to make sure that they're doing it exactly how that child envisioned it.
My drawing being selected for the Kids Design Glass program gave me confidence and pushed me to become like part of the Jason Lee Middle School Glass program.
I knew it.
What do you think, Henry?
I knew it would work.
He's so excited. So he's going to start doing the Hilltop Artist program, where Monday through Thursday after school he'll go and he'll work in the hot shop.
Really enjoy like watching glass come together into pieces of glass, and like to be able to do that myself. I really wanted to like fulfill that.
It all started with that exposure, really young, to the glass museum.
It'd be really easy for a museum to only focus on professional artists. I've been involved in the kids, but the Museum of Glass is creating a whole many generations of people who love art and are connected and feel like art's something they can do.
Most people see Hilltop as a program. I see it more as like a family. I'm Maishan Cabrera. I'm originally from California, but I'm here in Tacoma now. Well, at first, I was a little stoked that we like moved, but then like reality kind of hit me, and like I kind of thought, I can't see my family anymore, and like it was kind of depressing at first. In California, art to us was just basically like drawings and paintings and stuff. We didn't see any sculpting or anything like that, and especially out of glass, I've never heard of that. When I saw it, I was like, I'm getting in this program as soon as possible. They said I could sign up, and I started the next day.
Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit organization founded in 1994 with the help of Dale Trujillo. It started off in a small wood shop and now provides hot glass instruction to over 550 kids annually. I'm Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington, born and raised. I was kind of getting in trouble with my mom, so she had me move in back with my dad in Tacoma. And first day of school, we were signing up for classes, and I noticed they had a glass program, and I was kind of curious about it. And I signed up for that class, and I've just been doing it ever since that day. Right now with the program, I'm actually a part-time instructor with the production team. So our hope with the Hilltop Artist program is that the kid leaves with a little bit more self-esteem, a little more confidence to pursue their goals, whether it be glass blowing or anything else that they'd want to pursue. Our mentors at Hilltop focus on increasing student academic success and interpersonal success. We all have our own issues outside of work, but I think for those 3 hours we get to come together and be a part of a team and be a part of something else. So our focus this week at MOG is to produce a body of work for our upcoming luncheon fundraiser that will happen October 7th. And all this money that we're going to raise from this luncheon is going to go back into the program to help fund the costs.
There's 3 of us on the floor, 3 people from the MOG Hot Shop team, and we're using the kids to help us make their auction pieces.
Just in these 2 days, I've learned so much. Just they help you. If they see something they can help you with, they're like, oh, do this. I'm rolling up cane, and they told me, hey, roll up cane towards you, hotter, keep it. Simple stuff that I probably thought about it in my head, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. Might be doing it wrong. But then they're like, do this, and it becomes easier. There is no limit to your imagination. You can do anything. Glass is just an example of it. There's always new techniques. People always say, oh, there's nothing new. There's always something new. In glass, I can work with somebody one day, I can learn a new technique.
I wish there was something like that when I was growing up. I could have really used this, and now for me to be, on the side where I'm actually helping these kids, it's really rewarding, and I've never felt like I was a role model, and I definitely feel like I am now, so I'm trying to take that and own it, I guess.
When I see the pieces in the museum, it kind of makes me want to be that person. I want someone to see something of mine and be shocked and surprised in how it's so detailed and colorful and big.
Akio Takamori. I live in Seattle. My work is all figurative. I focused on people, so I kind of address the race issue and the cultural issue. The bottom line is humanity. I'm making a figurative, so like it's about human. It's all coming from myself and my own life. My kind of a perspective changes through my life progress. All my work is basically clay, and then also I'm very much interested in working with the form and the surface, which means the form is like a three-dimensional form and the surface is, you know, two-dimensional, so the combination of those two. I'm interested in the kind of a mystery of babies, and so this baby I made it to go on the wall. So actually you hang on the wall and up higher, so the looks like the baby just appeared in the air. You know, it's kind of godlike appearance. You know, so I think it's a big difference between glass and ceramics. Ceramics is a really opaque material. I really try to kind of think about the relationship with the kind of glass as a material and light. What I like about glass process and ceramics process, both is like there's some really kind of a busy time and the firing time, and then sometimes like the piece disappears in the kiln. So like ceramics and glass have that kind of process, you know, repeating, you know, and which is like it's pretty interesting.
I think it's quite interesting the way they're sectioning, or the molds are kind of breaking a little bit. I mean, the way the face popped out, I think it's interesting. I really like it.
This is something like I was kind of expected will happen, and but it's really kind of interesting to see my own, you know, figurative work, which is like light is coming through. Usually my work have a lot more kind of a clay and earthiness, but now like with this glass and with the light, have a lot more kind of a sense of a spirituality in it. Kind of seeing it, some kind of a Buddha face in there, and so like it's pretty exciting to kind of think like how much kind of information is already here, and then what kind of information I can add. So like it's really different from like what kind of information I'll give to my clay work. So which is challenging, and I'm pretty excited about thinking about that. I'm looking at, you know, those 3-4 guys working together, and then they've been working like more than 10 years together. You know, just like a kind of brotherhood kind of thing. You know, looking at those glass people working together seems like they have that, and which is I thought was quite interesting. I think like when I was young, I was more interested about controlling things, and then now like I'm just kind of excited about something is uncontrollable, then how you kind of live with it, or like how you kind of celebrate the part of it. You know, that is kind of become a challenge. I think that more challenge, and also like a interesting part, I think.
And we coined the term slapping the rabbit. So it was like, let's slap the rabbit means let's hit the molten glass with our bare naked hand and leave a handprint. All the hands who want to see us slap the rabbit again, we're going to slap it. Slap the rabbit. I've come here to the Museum of Glass precisely to make things just like this piece that I've never made before, patterns I've never used before. I can see what it's going to be. I can see what it's going to be. Looks totally amazing. That was awesome.
I'm Corey Metcalf, one half of Noisefold. I live in Montrose, Colorado.
And I'm David Stout, the other half of Noisefold, and I live in Denton, Texas, which is on the north side of Dallas.
We think of noise not so much as a sound you don't really want to hear. We think of noise more as kind of a prima materia, the field of all possibility. And so we're interested in this idea of filtering or folding that information and finding form within that.
And when we use this technique in our performances, one of the things we do is that we simultaneously generate an image and take the data that comprises that image and turn it back into sound.
So this project for the Museum of Glass, we're creating obviously stable, solid forms, but it comes out of our practice of actually animating in pretty wild and very organic ways basically mathematical surfaces, structures that are created through basically visualizing mathematical differential equations. And so we've created a system that allows us to take these surfaces and do many different things to sculpt them in real time and to animate the way that they behave and move. So we set up a virtual reality interface that allows the gaffers to get right in there and actually use a controller to rotate the forms around, change the scale, even get inside the thing if they want to.
And we found in our initial experiments that it really helped the gaffers because they quite literally could get inside and around and look at a difficult surface or component that isn't really that easily seen on a screen.
We always ask for as many drawings as we can have, and you know, with this we can look at it from any perspective. Oh, you need a punny? Okay, hold on, let me get out of here.
When we started out as Noisefold, we took a lot of equations that were put together on an open source database by Paul Bork, who's an Australian astrophysicist. And very quickly we were using techniques to blend that data, blend that geometry. And so what you end up with is these highly complex, novel forms.
We can generate much crazier forms. We're not doing that.
And we could iterate on forms that are much more traditional glass forms and make really interesting vases and things that would be more common to the glass vocabulary.
But we're trying to go for that sweet spot where it's something that we think speculatively could be made in glass, but is just a little bit harder than might be the typical form.
Or considerably more difficult, but still within the realm of possibility.
Within the realm of possibility.
While these do stand alone from the new media works that we make in terms of the projected or immersive installation environments and performances, we're definitely thinking about ways of bringing the two into conversation. And so taking the forms that we've digitally prototyped and figuring out ways of combining them in exhibition spaces with the actual glass objects that come out of the process. So we have to wait till they come out of the oven, of course, which is another different aspect of this process than the digital. And the other thing, of course, you can't just buy an extra hard drive when you get too many glass objects.
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
The first thing I developed was the hat form. That was one of the most obvious sort of glass blown things, because we all make bowls that, you know, flare out like that. If you flip it upside down, it's a hat. So it became sort of a canvas for transferring the design onto the glass. And what I didn't even realize and discovered purely by accident was, you know, we placed this hat form under a light, you know, coming directly down. All of a sudden these shadows appeared, you know, underneath the bowl, and it's like a perfect registration of the design in a shadow form. And so I like to think of that as almost like a spirit within the piece. I guess I got a lot of recognition for what I was doing as, you know, being a Native American artist. And at that time there just wasn't very many people doing it. And that maybe planted the seed in my head, you know, to sort of maybe connect it in the end with my cultural roots. It was a real evolution from, you know, my glassblowing skills to the designing skills and trying to make it look like Northwest Coast art. I really had to reinvent myself in terms of understanding the design work. And the deeper I got into that, the more I realized I needed to learn. I started taking workshops with other people who were teaching the form line style. I had to really kind of understand the context of the designs and how they related to the mythologies. The salmon piece is going to be, we'll sculpt this form, and then after the piece is cooled, then I'll add this kind of a design work. This is kind of stylized Northwest Coast design. I have a natural connection to glass, you know, because I've been doing it for 35 years. And I really wanted to just see how far I could go with it. And so I continue to work primarily in glass because there's a lot of stuff to explore. My journey to, you know, connecting the culture to my understanding of it has been a real transformation for me, because in the end it's really about community and family. I think once you become a keeper of cultural knowledge, it becomes a responsibility. I like to try to represent my tribe and my community. That's why, you know, I don't dabble in other people's cultural style. When I do that, it's always collaboratively. So I'm trying to bring people over into the glass world by collaborating with them and showing an example of what can be done, because I have the skills to do it. It's exciting to see, because I think that in the end, it sort of reflects a cultural perspective, and in my opinion, you know, what better place to operate from than this connection? You know, you have this history, and I feel like if I were successful with my work, I would just be, you know, inspiring the next generation to do something in their own way. A few years ago, I had my first solo show here at the Museum of Glass, but you know, I'm currently working on an exhibition called Raven in the Box of Daylight. It's going to be opening up in 2017. As you walk through the exhibition, you'll get sort of a thread of the story about Raven, who brought the sun and the moon and the stars to the world and gave it to mankind as a gift. You know, to make a living as an artist is really pretty special. To sort of solidify in the consciousness of the collectors, you know, people that support the artwork, that glass is an accepted material. I mean, sometimes we have these kind of cultural corrals that we're kept in, you know, in terms of, well, this is traditional and this is contemporary. And I think that we're trying to break down those barriers a bit. Yahoo!
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
Well, we welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass. Happy Friday, everyone. Just want to start off our demonstration that way. Now, we see a jar on our table on our right-hand side. That is what we're going to be working towards later on. Our visiting artist, Erika Tada, will also place another sculpture on the inside on a later date. Pretty much our goal here today is just to make a completed form, all right? We'll learn about our visiting artists throughout the demonstration. If you have questions, let me know, all right? My name is David. I am more than happy to explain today's demonstration. I will be your MC. We are going to begin with the coloring application, which will take place on our left-hand side of the studio. All right. Sweet. Well, let's just get right underway. We hope everyone's having a wonderful Friday. Now, it is heating up here in our studio, so when you enter our hot shop on the right-hand side, we have a water station. It's very important that we all stay hydrated, and we'll make sure to do the same here on our shop floor. We begin with the picking up of the solid colored glass. The way that colored glass is made is The manufacturer will apply different metal oxides from the periodic table of elements. So different metals produce a different color. We see our color palette on this table. Now, a lot of it may just look solid black, but it's actually a transparent color. It's just very dense, so it looks black. I believe this is a blue-colored glass. So we first choose out our color and then place it inside of our garage. This is a temporary oven, about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we have all of our color inside of this oven. So we're going to make a jar that's similar to the one on our right, just a little smaller later on throughout the demonstration. Now, on our left-hand side, we begin on the ends because the chambers are a lot smaller. It's not as intense out of working the one in the center. Now, we call it a glory hole, but it's a reheating chamber. It's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We're using it to make the glass more malleable and just extend the working time. Now, when I was putting a jar away, Sayuri had gathered glass on the end of a blowpipe, and she introduced a bubble into this mass. The way that we introduce the air bubble is by blowing air through the blowpipe and placing our finger over the hole. Because of the heat that's produced, the glass or the air actually needs to continue to expand, and it pierces the mass of glass. Now, this was discovered at the height of the Roman Empire, so the 1st century BC. We're not exactly sure what they use as a blowpipe, but there's a lot of evidence that they use some type of ceramic tubing. Either way, glassmaking is very old. Now, the term glass blowing can oftentimes be misleading because we're not always blowing air through the blowpipe. Although it's very critical and important part of the demonstration, it's very misleading. A better term would be glass making. Will this be the same gold ruby color, Courtney Branham? And okay, so this color is an apricot colored glass, although it will look red and orange due to just the intense heat. Now, we've been instructed to take a little bit more than half of this color. This is how we dictate the density of our color, is how much of this material we apply. And this just takes experience as a glassmaker to determine how much colored glass you need. For myself personally, I still struggle with exactly how dense I want my colored layer to be, but this team are trained professionals, so they kind of have it nailed down already. So the way we're going to apply our color is we're just going to create a thin layer of this colored glass. Now, there's a possibility that the colored glass in your home is playing the same optical illusion that we are about to show you. Due to the clear glass that will be applied to the surface, it has the ability to magnify, which will magnify this apricot color and make it look solid, although we now know that it's just a little bit of color that was really used. Now, using our steel tools and even the tables around our studio, we're going to spread this colored layer evenly around the bubble to produce our color layer. It's very important that our team, in this case Sayuri, spends her time applying this color. If we rush or speed through this process, there's a possibility that we may end up with one side of our piece that is denser with color. So you'll notice that oftentimes the glass makers will clean off the tables before they're used. This is just to ensure that even a small piece of debris isn't magnified on the surface of the glass. So we usually try to coat the bubble in one heat. This ensures that everything is applied evenly. And Sayuri just did a wonderful job of applying this coat of color. Now, we're never in a rush when we're working with glass. We take our time here. This is one of the highest levels of professional glass making. So a lot of the artwork that's made here will go on to be displayed in different museums across the globe. Now, our artwork that's explored here during this residency will actually be in a show in Tokyo, Japan later this year, I believe in November. So there's a tight deadline. Essentially, all the artwork that's made here with our team, with our visiting artists, all belongs to our visiting artist, Erika Tada. All we will ask of her is for 2 pieces to be left here at the museum. One piece that will be shown either in our top balcony or gallery, and a secondary piece that will be auctioned off in our annual gala. Now, our Red Hot Gala is right around the corner, happening next weekend. This is how we fundraise the Museum of Glass for the next year. You can always join us for this year's Red Hot Gala, occurring on the 7th. You can find out more information online and with our front desk if you are interested in being part of our Red Hot auction. So every team member here is playing a specific role in today's demonstration, and everyone's talent will be utilized throughout the day. Sayuri is our starter. Her job is just to begin the process with the coloring application and the first few dips of glass. The way that we describe what we're making is usually by the amount of dips that we take or by the wooden block size that's used after the gather. So far, we can just describe our mass as the first gather and a color overlay. Are we ready here? Ooh, let's get this now. So we have 1,000 pounds of our molten material, again, sitting inside of our furnace. This glass is coming to us from Europe. It is a Boma glass. All around the globe, there's different recipes of glass. Although we are melting this European glass on our left side, we're also melting a glass from North Carolina on our right-hand side. I know that this glass on our right, it starts off as a quartz mountain that they are mining, which is the basic ingredient to our glass. We know that they add silica sand, soda ash, and lime, which are the 3 main ingredients. It's just the formulation to each glass formula is different. Now, we are ensuring that we're not cross-contaminating our glass, which can just cause the glass to break immediately. Either way, our furnaces, they will be on for about a decade before we do any maintenance. So the one on the left-hand side is almost brand new. It's about a year old, and this one will be on indeed for about 10 years. The furnace on the right, we feel has maybe a few more years of life, maybe 3, but it's already been on for about 9 years. So after a gather of glass, we use a wooden block. We're just distributing the massive glass evenly around the bubble, ensuring that our bubble will continue to expand symmetrically like a balloon or a Q-tip. Oh, it is definitely heating up here in our studio, everyone. Now, during the summer, there's some studios that will shut down. Now, due to our iconic cone-shaped structure, we're able to stay open all year around. So right below everyone, there's an air system, so there's constant fresh air flowing to our shop floor. There's also a fan at the very top to accelerate the hot air rising. So we'll notice that Sayuri isn't in a rush to gather this next layer. Now, by cooling down for a few seconds, we're working smarter instead of harder. A, we can gather more glass, and B, most importantly, maintain control over that hot layer that will be applied. Now, it's due to the viscosity of the material that allows us to collect the glass. Usually, we like to cover our previous coat of glass with our secondary. Gabe, did you ever drop a pipe when gathering? As always, we want our bubble to expand evenly. We want a symmetrical shape and not an asymmetrical shape like a potato shape can be very bad and catastrophic when blowing glass. Now, anytime you see wood in the studio, we can always just assume it's made out of some form of fruit wood, like cherry wood that contains more moisture. So you notice that a lot of glass making is setting the bubble up. We're ensuring that when we have our final layer of clear glass, that our bubble will want to blow out into our desired shape. So glass has a very good memory, which means if we're going to make a spherical shape, we want our bubble to be almost a spherical shape. If we want a tubular shape, a nice tall cylinder, then our bubble will be set up differently. Now, the rods that we're utilizing are made out of a stainless steel alloy, which is a very poor conductor of heat. It's usually after the gather that we just cool it down. Oftentimes, we can see that the heat will go past its discoloration. We try never to place our hand in the discoloration we see of that rod, where it goes from shininess to a dull gray and black. Gabe, are you going to take the final gather? So let's introduce Gabe. Gabe is our gaffer here today. The gaffer means he's in charge of creating the piece. So our gaffer and our visiting artist will communicate before and after every piece to ensure the work is at the quality and the level of our visiting artist. Now the gaffer will also take a seat at the center of our studio. We like to work like a production line, and now that our mass is a lot larger, we can use this reheating chamber in the center. This is a lot larger than the one on the left-hand side. Now the equipment that we see in front of us is some of the largest in the glass making industry. So if you're joining us, this is a perfect timing. Up to this point, we've been setting up our bubble, getting ready to create our jar shape. If you have any questions, please let me know, all right, everyone? I'll just be floating around the studio. I'm not too busy right now. Is everyone ready for the weekend? So usually as the mass gets a lot heavier, what we will do is we'll take our left hand and we'll slide it closer to the hot glass. Our left hand acts as a fulcrum, so the counterbalancing point of a teeter-totter. So I was always told as a glassmaker that before you begin to expand the bubble, you block twice. This just ensures that everything looks nice, that the heat and the clear glass is distributed evenly. All right, so it's time for the actual glass blowing part. We have Courtney Branham on this end, standing by to blow air through the blowpipe now. You don't have to be an opera singer. You don't have to play a wind instrument to blow glass. As long as you're breathing and alive, you can expand the bubble. It takes about the same air pressure you use to blow out a candle, but it will vary. We're listening for key words coming from our gaffer, Gabe. Blow lightly, blow gentle, or blow hard. All right. So we're now going to prepare to create a jack line. The jack line is the term that we use to define the break-off section. So how we separate the usable glass from the steel rod. It's the jack line or the neckline. So here we see our team squeezing down the break-off point. Now I know our bubble doesn't look anything like our jar yet, but just give us a little bit more time. We're just thinking ahead of the process before our mass gets any larger and more difficult to control. If you want to hear more of these key words or the communication going on, the top balcony is a fantastic place to hang out. It's usually where I go to when it's really slow here. So everyone's playing a specific role. Sayuri is playing the role as the pole turner. It's her job to keep downwards pressure and get the appropriate heat. We have Courtney standing by to blow air. Finally, we have our visiting artist using wooden paddles to shield and protect our gaffer from the radiating heat coming from the glass itself. So we try to maximize our heat. We try to do as many steps as we can possibly do within a heat. Now, we have an unlimited amount of times we can use our reheating chamber. Usually, the less, the better. Now, here in a little bit, we'll just stop and introduce our visiting artist, and we'll show you some of her artwork on the big screen when we begin to gather the massive glass for the base. So here in a little bit, we can introduce her. So our visiting artist teaches internationally, has taught really at numerous places from Pilchuck Glass School to Haystack Penland School of Craft. Now she is an instructor at I'm sorry, before I get to that, I just want to explain a little bit more about what she has done prior, because she actually she was the winner of the international student exhibition of the Gas Conference in St. Petersburg. So this is the Glass Art Society. Now, our visiting artist was here back in 2016, and she won a residency in our Red Hot event, which granted her another residency back here in our studio. Now, she can use our studio however she'd like to. We give her as much clear glass as she could possibly want, and our professional staff of 3 glass makers. And she is a teacher at the Tokyo University of the Arts. This artwork will later be shown in a gallery setting in Tokyo, Japan this coming November. And the artwork that we're creating here is really just the tip of the iceberg. There's still so many elements that will occur, like our balloon series that we see here. These pieces, we will add a tinning solution on the inside, which will give it a mirror effect. These pieces down here are jars. There will be another sculpture that's inserted on the inside of that. And our visiting artist teaches glass making, glass slumping, and pâte de verre, which are 2 unique traditions of working with glass. And she teaches these styles internationally. So we're now preparing to add the massive glass that will later become the base. So when we look at our chalk drawing in our example, we'll notice that there's a giant patty of glass, of clear glass on the bottom. So the way that we're going to apply that is by first gathering the material and then just placing it right on top vertically. And I believe we need one additional gather to give us enough material. Sure, we could use the massive glass that we have now, but this wouldn't be enough, and the proportions will be definitely off. So usually when an artist wins a residency at the museum, they're really here to push scale or the complexity of the piece. And our team are experts in working at large scale with glass. So another term you may hear coming from our team is a flash. Now a flash is about 10 seconds inside of our reheating chamber. If we ask for a long flash, we can look at 15 to 20 seconds. If we hang out in the open too long, a crack can form because the glass will get simply too cold. So we constantly take these deep heats, ensuring that our material is at a stable state. And again, everyone, this is an apricot color that we are working with. We just scored a bullseye on the bottom. It makes it easier when we're applying this pad of glass. So now that we're applying pressure to our bubble, we place our finger over the hole of the blowpipe. This is to ensure we're not collapsing the bubble or deflating it. Pretty much, if we don't place our finger, we get almost the bubble going inward, so it looks like the bottom of a champagne glass. You know how it's indented? That's what happens to our bubble. Pontil. All right. Well, now that we added the decorative base to our jar, we're going to transition it onto a different rod. Now, we call this the punty, the pontil. It's just a transfer rod. It's the new handle that we're going to apply. So we're going to get rid of the blowpipe that it's on now. When we're adding a punty, it's only temporary, so it needs to be applied hot to fuse, but it also needs to be weak enough to break later on in the demonstration. Now, there's several type of punties to choose from as a glass maker. It just depends on the sculpture that you're making will dictate the type of punty. This punty we call a crown punty. We're maximizing the surface area that it makes contact while minimizing the actual contact points. Of course, there's going to be residue left over because of this punty. Now this punty we're going to apply very hot. This ensures that it will fuse to the bottom of the piece, and this punty is actually so strong that we need to make it weak at one point to break it free. So here we're squeezing down another constriction, another jack line. Now that our punty is perfect, it's strong enough to withstand all the weight, and it's weak enough to break later on in the demonstration, we're going to break free our blowpipe. We are now waiting for Courtney's signal. Now, too early, and that punty will still be hot enough that we may lose control of our jar. So we're waiting for the punty to stabilize. It looks like that punty is now cool enough, so with a few drops on our first jack line that we made of the day, a slight tap every time. The vibrations cause the glass to break free. We're going to use that same technique to break our glass free from the punty that we applied. So later on, we will use a little bit of water. I wish I could explain this next step a lot better, but I think it's the most difficult thing to do as a glass maker. What we're doing here is we're centering our jar. We're minimizing the wobble that as it rotates. Essentially, we're ensuring that we're not left with a lopsided jar. And as a glass maker, this is the step that took me the longest to learn. My instructor told me the same thing for about 5 years until I finally recognized and finally understood what it meant to center the piece. But it happens within 10 seconds, just like that. It's back on center. I say this is what really separates the best of the best glassmakers, is adjusting it. Now, since we created our break-off area at the top, we've also thickened the glass in that area. So we're going to thin out our glass. Now, all hand-blown glass goes through some form of thinning procedure. With our thinning procedure, we're also going to pull out what will be the neck of our jar. Everyone, you're more than welcome to roam around the Hot Shop studio as well. Some of the best photos I've ever seen have been coming from the top balcony. So the basic shapes in glass is the cone, sphere, and cylinder. If you can master these three shapes, you can master all other shapes in glass. But it happens to be that the sphere is the most difficult shape because it's so recognizable. We all know what it should look like. So even if the curves don't continue right, we're going to notice it right away. What we're mainly worried about is our shoulder area, and that's what we're really going to concentrate, is the top half of the sphere. So we're using a propane torch about 2,500 degrees, and we just preheat the area we wish to work on next. So we've been torching almost the mid or shoulder portion of our sphere. Now we're going to introduce more air by using a soffietto, which is a metal straw with a cone tip. And this is how we introduce more air if we don't have a blowpipe. So soffietto stands for little breeze in Italian. Glass blowing here in the Pacific Northwest is highly Italian influence because back in the 70s, Italians were the first ones to teach us how to work with glass. Because of that, our whole industry here is Italian based, down to our tools and the techniques that we use. There's also different styles of blowing glass across the globe, like Swedish and Czech style. A key difference is that Italians, and because of Italians, us Americans, we do it sitting down, while a lot of Czech style, they do it standing up. That's a key difference. Well, do we have any questions from our audience? Any questions at all? Again, if you don't, it's totally fine. You can sit back, relax. I love questions, though, so anytime, let me know. So the rod that we're using itself, it's made out of a stainless steel alloy, specifically stainless steel 311, which is a really poor conductor of heat. If you take a close inspection of the rod, you'll notice that it's very dull gray and black towards the tip. I call that the danger zone. We do not place our hand there at all at any time unless we want to go home early with a severe burn, like on payday or something. And I'm sure on the top balcony, you can just hear a little bit more of the communication that our team uses. A lot of glass making is also nonverbal communication that just takes after years and years of working with glass. Glass speaks all languages. Although there's various ways to approach the same thing, usually we follow the same basic steps. So by holding the glass down, we can elongate it. By holding it up, we can squat it. Usually we like to be leveled, which will mean that the glass is at a neutral state. So notice that the area that we torch, it's where the rod and the glass meet one another. We call this the moil, and it's the moil that will first begin to break and crack. Since the transfer rod or the rod itself is stealing heat from the glass, which means if our piece is going to break at any point, it will always begin at the moil. So as long as we maintain that moil above 900 degrees, the glass should be happy that it won't break or crack. Well, it looks like we're nearly complete with this jar. The last and final step that we take is also the longest step. We are going to place it inside of the annealer, which is the oven on your right-hand side. This oven is sitting at 915 degrees Fahrenheit. So overnight, this glass will cool down, and around midday tomorrow, we can bring out the artwork. Yesterday, we used the annealer on the left-hand side with the green number 1. That artwork is already being brought out. So around this time, this glass should be completely cool. Last flash. Oh, it looks like we're all ready. Well, one of our teammates has suited up in a heat protective layer, Kevlar gloves, Kevlar jacket, similar to what firefighters use in a high temperature situation. When we open this door, the hot air will rise, so it may get a little toasty up there. Sweet. Well, it looks like we're all ready to go. A little bit of water on the end of the punty on the break-off area that we made. I got you. 2 on the left. What a beautiful jar, everyone. All right. Well, can we give another round of applause to our visiting artist, Erika Tada? This is the third day of a 5-day residency with our visiting artists, which will conclude this coming Sunday with a lecture given at 2 p.m. We have a lot of colleges that watch our live stream, but of course, you're more than welcome to check it out. The team is going to be creating some jar lids to the jars that were made earlier today. So we made some large jars. We now need to make, oh, you're going to make this one right here? All right. Let's make a jar for this big boy. I'm actually pretty excited for this because I've never seen a jar lid ever been made in glass. I mean, of course, they've been made for a long time, but personally, I've never seen one made, so I'm excited for today. It's always a learning experience here at the museum. But very quickly, we'll touch bases with our visiting artist, Erika Tada, on our left-hand side. Erika is an instructor and teacher at the Tokyo University of the Arts. She earned a Master's of Fine Arts from the Rochester School of American Craft. She also has a Doctor of Philosophy from the Tokyo University of the Arts, where she works. for our audience that's joining us, happy Friday, everyone. We're creating a jar lid right now for our big jar that we have here. Our visiting artist will later place another element on the inside. And this piece was made yesterday. It's still a little warm, too. And so for our audience that's with us here, we're going to make a jar for this piece that we have here. We have an example of what this jar will look like. Just so it needs to be a lot larger this time around. And this is an apricot color that we're using. And later on we can show you how we applied this color. Well, we brought over a little bit of glass. Now, essentially, this is a landing pad for the bit that we are going to attach to the very top. Now, on our left-hand side, we're gathering a little bit of glass. We're going to bring it on over here in a little bit. So we are bringing over a transfer rod right now. Now this is where the punty, and this punty is located also in the area where the decorative ball will be placed on top. We're going to attach that decorative ball later on. I'm going to complete the opposite side of our lid first before we apply it. Well, I see a few members out in the audience, so welcome, members. Thanks for stopping by. We are creating a jar lid right now, and this jar lid would be for the big jar that we have out here on our blanket. It is an apricot color. That is the same color of our jar lid right now, although it's distorted by just the heat that we are working with. So regardless of the true color, the glass will always look red and orange. Now, the chamber in front of us is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. We have an unlimited amount of times that we can use this reheating chamber. Okay, so this is what we always do to make sure that the lid fits properly. We call it a price check. And the glass doesn't break or shatter because it's just quickly, it's too fast for it to shock the molecules, of course. This lid looks good though. And everyone, we have a few more to get to also. We made some of these large jars today. We have about 3 of them sitting in an annealer right now. I believe we may be making some more jars for those that were already created. All right, everyone. So we're going to break our piece free from the rod. And then the rod right now is located in the area where the decorative ball will be placed. So we will tap it free on our wooden paddles. Sayuri on our left-hand side has that decorative ball. We will torch that area first to make it malleable and then fuse the glass together. Once that is complete, we are going to set it inside of the oven on our right with the green number 4, sitting at 920 degrees Fahrenheit. And it will be the home of everything that's produced here today. And what a beautiful jarlin. That's how it's done down here in our studio. Let's give this whole team a round of applause as well as our visiting artist, Erika Tada. So this is the 3rd day of a 5-day residency with our artist. We have a few more jarlets to get to, and eventually we are going to work and completely switch gears to a different project, hopefully we will get to shortly. Speaking of that, anyways, we're just going to switch gears right now. We're going to work on this project. So give us a few minutes to transition over, and I can explain our chalk drawing. This is what I've been waiting for all day. We're just going to begin with a quick talk, just to make sure everyone's on the same page. This is the first time we're going to try this technique out. Trying to figure out where's the best way to kind of talk about this project. Now, essentially what we have done is we have some basic blanks. Now, in our drawing, our pattern or decal is a star. On our actual pieces, it's a photograph. This photograph and imagery was taken by our visiting artist's father. Now, these imagery is very dear to our visiting artist. Now, essentially, there's a manufacturer that you can send these photographs to, and they make them so you can apply them to glass. So it's a high fire glaze, essentially. So that process has already been done. Now, at this moment, earlier today, we placed these blanks or these cups inside of our annealer. They've been warming up all day, and now that they are fused and ready to be applied to our glass. We are then going to take a coat of clear glass. Essentially, the shape that we're going to make is a water droplet on the ground. If everything is done correctly, this imagery will be right on top of this water droplet. Eventually, the series will be collected, which will be a handful of these sculptures that are in the shape of water droplets, but have the imagery of photographs that her father has taken. And I will walk around here with this basic imagery that is on the glass. And it is possible that in the near future, glass art will evolve, that you may have a picture of your family in a vessel as this technology gets a little bit more easier to get your hands on. You have a question? What's up? How can I help you? I'm sorry, I didn't follow that last part. You said... No, you can print as many as you like. So they're usually done and printed in groups, and then they'll choose out whichever one came out the best. Question? Oh, so our question was, does transferring the image into a stencil for glass, does it ruin the photograph? And no, it doesn't. You can reproduce the photo multiple times. So at this time, we're still waiting for our cup right now. We're going to give it a few more minutes. We've also increased the temperature of our oven up to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Let it soak up as much heat as possible. Once again, we've already invested the color, the basic shape, and not to mention the actual photograph, the decal. Essentially, this is a glass sticker, since it will be adhesive in terms of adding it to the glass. And like I mentioned earlier, maybe in the near future, the technology will advance that we may have your family picture or portrait on a glass vessel. We are going to play a quick video on our big screen. This will be our Warehouser project video. So the museum had the opportunity to create glass airplanes. We're going to show this process on our big screen as we just transition over to our next project.
To fabricate a scale model float plane out of glass takes tremendous effort. Figuring out the exact proportions of the propeller, the length of the body versus the wingspan were all extremely difficult. The Legacy project started off as a collaboration between the Museum of Glass and the Murdoch Charitable Trust. We were commissioned to design and fabricate a glass airplane to commemorate Jack Murdoch. We started by overlaying two contrasting colors of glass that would later show the design elements in the plane. We're working with the glass at a temperature of over 1,500 degrees. We create a small color cup to allow for a nice even distribution of color. The colored cup was then stuffed with clear glass to give us enough mass to make the body or the fuselage of the plane. Glassblowing is a team effort. Here at the Museum of Glass, we're unique in that this team has been working together for over 10 years. Each member of our team played a specific role in the creation of the plane. We use a variety of tools to shape and design the body. As you can see here, we're using some cork paddles to rough it out. The body is then transferred to yet another blowpipe so we can finish up the tail of the fuselage. Using those same cork paddles, we give the bottom of the plane a gentle curve before it's put away. After the plane is finished being formed, it's put away into an annealing oven to cool for several days. Once the fuselage was made, we moved on to making the pontoons. We decided we needed to fabricate a steel mold to allow us to make multiples. In order to have the pontoons match the plane, we used the same white color bar. This time, it is solid. The solid glass is then heated up to approximately 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then it's pressed into a steel mold. The pontoons are then put into another annealing oven to cool down. In our cold shop, the fuselage of the plane is now being ground or sanded down to remove any unwanted material. We then taped off the plane, and using our sandblaster, we revealed the tail numbers, the windows, and the pinstripes on the fuselage of the plane. The sandblasting process is often very rewarding, as the color is quickly revealed, bringing life to the aircraft. After being sandblasted, the planes were then returned to the cold shop to be cleaned up and polished. The wings, the vertical and the horizontal stabilizers were all water jet cut out of handmade sheet glass, again made from the same white color to match the body of the plane. Once the glass parts were finished, we fabricated a small steel structure to hold the pontoons to the body of the plane. The nose cone was turned on a lathe while the propeller was carved out of a sheet of steel to make a fully functional propeller. Now that we have all the parts of our plane, it was brought back to the cold shop where the assembly began. The vertical and horizontal stabilizers were notched out to fit the tail of the plane, while the wing was glued into place. The gluing process takes many hours. We start with 2 clean surfaces, apply the glue, and it sits for over 72 hours before a full cure. It was an honor and a challenge to work on the legacy project for the Murdoch Charitable Trust.
Well, everyone, we're still waiting for a annealer to come up to the right temperature. If we start, we're just going to shock our piece and it's going to end up breaking. So we need to be patient while we're waiting for this piece. On our big screen, we're going to play some more introductionary videos to glass making, like our color overlay video and powdered colored videos.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass. Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece. Powder is the smallest size of colored glass.
Looks like we're pretty much ready to go now, everyone. Let's turn the music back on for our glass makers. Okay, so a few things are going on right now. As we're preparing to apply our glass, we've turned off all the fans. We've boarded up our air that's flowing in from our studio, and then we've even turned off our chambers right now, minimizing the chances of our glass breaking when it exits this annealer. Now, on our left, Courtney Branham, he's gathered glass on a different rod. This... All right, so Courtney will come on this side, and I'm going to slide the door to the right. Again, this is this decorative cup. It has a decal, a photograph. Right now, the glass is fragile, but as we get closer and it's safer, we can show our audience a little bit more about what was just done right now. At the same time as that's occurring, again, we turned off our chambers, ensuring it doesn't shock, thermal shock. On our left side, we gathered glass on a blowpipe. We call this a collar. A collar is the handle that we can apply this basic cup to. Eventually, our demonstration will be taking place at the center of our studio. I'm sorry for that. Well, everything looks very good. As of right now, a little bit of water will remove that rod that was applied. Oh, and look at that. That's a veteran move that just occurred right now. So instead of taking the heat, Gabe noticed a small chunk that may fall in inside. If he would have taken that heat, that chip would have melted and fused. So he got the majority of the chips out. But notice the attention to detail that occurs here in our studio. And we have a special metal wire specifically for these chips. The chip getter. Right on. Did you patent that too? All right. You'll notice anytime we use our steel tables, we wipe them down, ensuring that there's no debris that can be applied to the glass. So now that it's a little safer, we can turn on our glory hole back on, ensuring that we can get this glass at its malleable state. Again, this decal that was applied to the surface, essentially a high-fired enamel, so it won't burn away. Now, when we begin to inflate this piece, we know that the pattern will get distorted a little bit more. And again, this is a photograph. We need to figure out the best technique to create essentially a puddle of water, which is what we're trying to mimic. So we're trying to mimic a droplet of water on the floor. So we need to figure out how to make this irregular shape while minimizing the distortion that will occur with this picture. Now, if we blow air, it just escapes towards the top of our cup, so we're going to seal off the top hole first, and then the glass blowing can really commence. Well, everyone, we gathered a layer of clear molten material. Now, we only want enough material to clear coat our glass, not enough to actually be seen. So you'll notice that we're going through a lot of thinning procedures right now. This is just removing excess clear glass. Now, the rods that we're utilizing are made out of a stainless steel alloy. It's a poor conductor of heat, but they still build up heat, so we like to use a pipe cooler. It's just cold water, which in turn cools down the rod for us. You'll notice that the rod goes from its shininess to a dull gray and black towards the tip. We usually don't touch the discoloration you see of the rod. Usually that's the dangerous part of working with glass. Now, oftentimes we get burned by the tools that touch the glass and not the actual glass itself. That tends to be more rare in our industry. Now, the chamber in front of us is about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. Now, we have an unlimited amount of times we can use our reheating chamber. Now we're using a wooden block. It almost looks like a ladle. And it's used to ensure that our bubble will continue to expand symmetrically. So using the wooden block, we can distribute the heat and the mass around a distorted bubble. So we're now creating a break-off point. This is how we separate what will be the usable glass from the steel rod itself. Again, we're trying to mimic the shape of a water droplet on the ground. So we figured out the bottom and top to our bubble. We're going to squish our mass. Again, we're trying to create the shape of a water droplet on the ground. And this will be a series of these groupings that will later be joined, and there's imagery in each of one of these pieces. Now that we've decided which is our bottom and top, we are going to squish our mass using a pair of corks. So similar to what's found in the top of wine bottles, of course. Now we are trying to create an irregular shape using this. So oftentimes irregular shapes tend to be more difficult in glass. Now, naturally, glass likes to be round. So when we're creating sharp edges like this, we need to go back and just constantly refine and refine. And we're going to use the assistance of this intense flame. It's about 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit, and it's how we're going to preheat a specific area we wish to manipulate. So what we're doing here is using our intense flame to preheat an area for a hole. And glass doesn't like to be in a closed environment, so there needs to be a place where air can flow in and flow out. So there we just bursted that bubble at the very top. We are going to add a transfer rod in that same area as well. If everything is done correctly and done on a blowpipe, we can continue to introduce air into our piece even after we add a new rod. Now, later on, this artwork will also be mirrored. What mirrored means is a tin solution will be applied on the inside of this glass to give it that reflective mirror look. So this hole needs to be extra large enough for the tinning solution to be poured in and poured out. Now, usually when we're creating a hole in the glass, we just use a tungsten drill bit to create that hole, but this time around, knowing that our bubble needs to be a lot larger, or our hole opening. So it's now time to attach the transfer rod. So the opening or the handle to our piece. Now, our transfer rod will be placed just on the very end of our sculpture. All right. Well, our punty has now been added. It's now stable enough to break it free. So with a little bit of water on our weak spot in the glass, like tap, all we need to do now is just concentrate our efforts at the very top. There is another opening that we need to get rid of. We need to close it down. post. I have a baseball bat. I have a Louisville Slugger for bonking stuff off now. I got the baby one. Oh, okay, I know what this is. Okay, so what we've made here, we classified as a puntetta. What this means, it's just a handle that we can use to pull the glass out. So it's only temporary. We're going to get rid of it. We're going to remove it here within a minute or two. So this is how we're going to seal off the hole at the opposite end. So as a glass maker, I can kind of anticipate what they're going to do next. But it's always mind-blowing when the team completely uses a different technique than I would have thought about using. And so it's always a learning process with our very talented hot shop staff. So using a soffietto, which is a metal straw with the cone tip, we can introduce more air into our piece without a blowpipe. And again, we are trying to mimic a water droplet on the ground. So almost an irregular shape. Oh, that's something. Oh, this is just so much information that I'm learning right now. Anyways, we know that we're going to mirror these pieces. So a tin solution will be applied on the inside. So any debris, anything that falls on the inside of the bubble, it won't give us a good mirroring solution. We'll notice it right away. So Gabe is very cautious of even the dust of the cork going on in the inside of the glass and then staining it, essentially. So we're trying to minimize any contact that we make, minimizing the touching that occurs. So here we're trying to figure out how much can we get away with it? How much can we touch the glass before that one piece falls in on the inside, eventually ruining? And so this is just a learning process. This is the first cup of many that the similar process will occur. So we're just figuring this process out as we go. We can't Google this information or watch a YouTube video how to make it. So it just has to come from the experience of our hot shop staff. For that reason, there's artisans who rent out our studio to get their hands on either our really talented hot shop staff or even our oversized equipment. So at all costs, our team will do everything they can to prevent the piece from breaking. The rod that we applied, it needs to be that perfect mixture of strong, but it also needs to be weak enough to break later on in the demonstration, as we can see how weak this punty is. And if you think that was wild, I once saw a piece break on the blowpipe and then being transferred over within 2 minutes. It was really wild. I still panic. The team doesn't panic. They already know what to do when something like this occurs. The piece already made, if it was going to break, it would have broken already. So, thumbs up. Nick, you missed all the action. Everything went wild, and then it wasn't wild anymore. All right, so now it's time to break free our piece from its rod. We're going to place it this time in a controlled environment. So if it's left out in the open, it just breaks, cracks, and even explodes. So our goal is to place it inside of the oven on your right-hand side with the green number 4. It's sitting at 920 degrees, and it'll be the home of everything that's produced here today. So once again, we're just attempting this piece for our first time here. We're figuring things out as the process goes along. We've already learned so much just from the first one. The team has already figured out so many different ways they can approach this idea. And that's how we all roll and operate here at the Museum of Glass, everyone. We're here to push the limits of our artwork. We're not here to sell glass. Although if you would like to purchase some, we have some in our store, and it all funds the Museum of Glass. So we're going to put this piece away on our away here very shortly. Now, one of our teammates suited up, heat protective layer, Kevlar gloves, protective gear. This is how we break off a punty. We apply a little bit of water. Yes, exactly. That's how we're supposed to break it off. A little bit of water, just a slight tap, vibrations, cause the glass to break free and on its way to the annealer. Let's give this team and our visiting artist, Erika Tada, a round of applause. They did an amazing job. Great save, team. Like I said, this team they're really highly trained. So when accidental things happen like this, they already know what to do. But our visiting artist will return tomorrow, everyone, as her residency continues. We have so many pieces to get to. If you're heading out of the museum, thank you so much for stopping by. You enjoy your Friday. Enjoy the weekend, everyone. We have... So we have about 25 minutes or so until the museum closes. So if you haven't had time to check out the rest of the museum, now is a good time. If not, we're just going to stick around with our hot shop team. We're going to make one more piece before we call it a day. And then we can go home happy. All right, everyone. Well, let's start our process right back up with a little bit of clear molten glass. This is Boma glass, actually. This glass is made in Europe, and it's brought out to us here. All right, so in our annealer here, we have 2 other cups that we need to apply. We'll have time for at least one more. Courtney, he's made a punty. He needs to make this punty as weak as possible to ensure that it doesn't conduct heat and our cup doesn't break. For this reason, we've even increased the temperature of our oven. Sure, we could cook a turkey in half the time. It'd be double as dry, but it's like an oven at home, just more industrial. I've seen a turkey cooked in here before. It's pretty nice. It's really good, actually. We're at 1078. So about 22 degrees before we need to apply our, or pick up our cup. All right, so as we're waiting for our annealer to come up to temperature, we are also going to gather glass on another rod. Now, Gabe is going to be making what is the post. So Gabe is making what is the post on our left-hand side. The post is what we call just a handle, essentially. So it's just a patty or a disc of glass. We glass makers call the post. No idea why they call it that, but that's just the name it's been given. So by using this intense flame, Courtney is making sure this transfer rod is as strong as possible, but really as weak as we can possibly get it too. So the core is very cold while the skin will be incredibly hot. So now that our cup has made it safely out of our annealer, we will turn back our glory hole back on. Yeah, we turned it off just to make sure that it doesn't thermically shock our glass. So now we can turn it back on now at 5 o'clock. So when we're done working, we'll turn this oven on, turn this oven off. We turn it on about 8 o'clock, so about 2 hours even before the museum opens, ensuring that it's hot enough when our visitors arrive. Now there goes the burner kicking back on. But our glass on our right-hand side, these ovens are left on all year around. So that's the key difference. Our furnace where our material is at is left on all year around, while the chamber we use to make the glass malleable, that is turned off at night. All right, so we just transferred our mass onto a blowpipe, so now the glass blowing process can truly begin. So we've added a clear layer of glass. We only want enough clear glass to just protect our previous coat. We don't want actually enough to be seen, so we're removing a lot of this excess glass. Well, for our audience that's going to stick with us, we have about 15 minutes left until the museum closes, okay? I'm going to put the mic down, but I'm going to set up our audience to know with what we're going to be making here. Essentially, our piece, we're trying to mimic an irregular shape of a water droplet on the ground. There's also imagery placed on the glass. So essentially, it's a glass sticker or a decal. It's a high-fire enamel that was sent to a manufacturer. They applied. We then brought it back up to temperature, and it's hot enough that it doesn't melt away or burn away. The imagery that's placed on the glass, these are been photographs that our visiting artist father took. She's then using those photographs and translating them into our medium. So essentially, we create a bubble of glass, and then that bubble will be squished, and we're just going to refine that bubble. If we can imagine a water droplet on the ground, that's essentially what we're going to be creating. The last thing I would like to say is that this piece will also be mirrored, so they will add a tinning solution on the inside to mirrorize the glass. For that reason, the team will also create a hole in the glass, and this hole will be quite large. It has to be large enough for that tinning solution to go in and out, of course, easily. Yes, the tinning solution will occur to the last piece as well, but that will happen behind closed doors. I believe in our visiting artist studio is where that application will occur. Either way, for our audience that's going to stick with us, sit back, relax, and enjoy. This piece should take us all the way to closing, if not past that. The museum will close in about 10 minutes, so we just ask that you leave in around that time frame. This piece will probably just be completed behind closed doors, but it's very similar to the last one. And you can join us tomorrow as we continue this residency with our visiting artist, Erika Tada. This residency will conclude this coming Sunday with the lecture given at 2 p.m. This artwork that's explored will be shown in a gallery in Tokyo, Japan this coming September. So just right around the corner. It's a tight deadline that we need to make, so this artwork needs to be completed by then. But sit back, relax for the next 10 minutes or so, and then we'll catch you tomorrow. Thank you so much for stopping by, everyone, though.